days. I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling a little bit refreshed, actually. Obviously, it's been a little bit quieter this week on the news front. Managed to get an unseen out today, which I'm really pleased about. It was just on Wednesday. I think our last one was Tuesday. But on Wednesday, it was quite quiet. Same with Thursday. Just a couple of quiet days, bits, but just not enough to do an episode. But add that together with what we've had today, and we've got more than enough for an episode. So, yeah, just lots. I mean, I don't know if you saw it. Probably not, because it's only been out like half an hour. But just lots of little bits in this unseen. Just like, they're really impressed with Fatal Influence, or Blake Monroe is going to be making appearances very soon for SmackDown. And so just loads of bits like that. Call-ups from NXT's latest on Asuka, CM Punk being removed from certain shows, like now apparently not on that European tour. Just lots of stuff going on, but it's bits. I feel like those big releases and stuff like that are kind of in the past. So, yeah, we got lots that we can talk about. But again, you know, just bits, really. Let's have a look, though, at the preview. I want to get to the preview so that we can kind of get our teeth into what we're dealing with tonight. Because if you're anything like me, I haven't got a flipping clue what we're doing with this show, right? Because I can't remember anything that's going down. So let's have a look and see what we're dealing with. So Gunther must decide whether to join SmackDown to challenge Cody. I don't think there's much of a decision there, to be honest. I kind of already felt he had, to be truthful. But either way, seems like Gunther's got a decision to make. I think we all know what he's going to do there. Then Trick Williams returns to the University of South Carolina for a special celebration. I don't know, man. I feel the Gingerbread Man stuff is dead, surely. But, and surely the Sammy feud is done as well. I mean, surely that's just done. And now we move forwards. I want to see a Carmelo step in now. I want to see Ilya Dragunov or someone like this stepping up to Trick. You know, that's what I'm looking for. So let's move on from Sammy. It's been absolutely awful, horrific. One of the worst feuds I've ever seen, right? The matches have not been good. The Gingerbread Man stuff has been controversial and divided opinion. Some loved it, some not so much. But I just think it's been awful. Like Sammy didn't need that belt going into WrestleMania, and it's completely derailed his character. Crowd are booing him out the building. WWE have got to capitalize on that, but it takes them down roads they probably didn't want to go down and still might not want to go down. Trick Williams obviously getting massive cheers. That's fine. That's great. But now we need to dig into, you know, is he going to be a face? Is he going to be a heel? Like, we didn't do the double turn. As far as I know, Trick Williams is still a heel. So, yeah, we're going to have to see how they deal with this. That'll be interesting. I think we're all sort of hoping that we just move on from Sammy, but they might keep that going for the rest of May. We've got a Saturday night's main event coming up next weekend. We've got Clash in Italy coming up. We've got some shows coming up. Maybe they just keep that feud going for a little bit. There's no word as to what we're doing with that, so we'll have to wait and see. Damian Priest, R-Truth taking on Talatonga and Tamatonga. So we've got those two taking on Damian and R-Truth. We got Jade Cargill. She's going to address the WWE Universe after attacking Rhea Ripley. That'll be interesting. You know, Jade's Rhea, that match was okay at WrestleMania. Didn't set the world on fire, but I think it was certainly better than many were expecting or fearing. Seems like we're just going to go back to it. I'd imagine Rhea will retain. Charlotte and Alexa are going to look for retribution from Michin and B-Fab, so can't say that really does much for me, but fine. That, okay, fine. You got to do something with Jade's. Probably makes sense that she comes back and goes after Rhea, but probably lead to a match. I'd expect Rhea to retain, of course. Damian and R-Truth against Tala and Tama, that could be okay. There's maybe a chance that Tala and Tama get the win there, but I'm expecting champs to retain. Trick Williams segment, as we said, be interesting to see how we move forwards. And then Gunther has got a decision to make when it comes to, is he going to go to SmackDown? So, yeah, lots there for us to get our teeth into. Let's jump into the chats, see where the conversation is at. Kian said, I appreciate everyone asking whilst I was gone. I've been going through some hard times. I just wanted to say that I love you all. Kian, shout out to you, my friend. Sorry to hear that you've been going through some hard times, but hard times don't last. Tough times don't last, but tough guys do. So, yeah, Kian, I hope your world's looking a little brighter right now. Cart, hello, said, are you excited? In 15 days, it's going to be mask versus mask. Well, I'm excited probably for Saturday night's main event first. I'm excited for tonight before that. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to all the shows, you know. I like Saturday night's main event. I think a couple of matches, Ethan versus Penta, should be really fun. There's bits going on tonight. It's just good stuff happening everywhere, isn't there? And the day after that AAA show, we've got Clash in Italy. So that'll be interesting. Looks like we're going to get Gunther versus Cody. Could be a new champ there. Looks like Roman Jacob as well. So that's going to be such a great weekend with AAA on the Saturday, Clash in Italy on the Sunday. We're going to be eating good in a couple of weeks' time. So, yep, looking forward to all of it. Wrestler Andy, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Andy said, Daze, if Cody loses the belt and moves away from the title, how would we book him? Maybe a losing streak could be interesting before building him back up. Well, the one thing I'm going to say is, if you don't like Cody, I think it's going to be hard for you to like him unless he changes. I do not subscribe to the idea, and I've never subscribed to the idea, that if you don't like someone, just moving them out of the picture for a bit is going to change anything. The truth is, if you don't like someone, you don't like them, right? Moving them out the way is fantastic, but once they come back, you're still not going to like them. So the idea that people are saying, oh, Cody's in the main event all the time, it's always Cody, the idea that you move him out the way for a bit and that's going to change anything, I do not subscribe to that. I think as soon as you bring him back, those complaints from those same people just fire back up again, right? Same with Charlotte. You know, if Charlotte goes back into the title picture now, then those complaints will just come back. Oh, Charlotte, look at her. She's back in that title picture again, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I mean, look, you can do a losing thing and, you know, all of that stuff. But if only do that if you want to do it because you think it's an interesting story. I would not be doing it because we think it's going to change people's minds about Cody. I think how you change people's minds is by evolving the character, changing the character. It's that needs to be worked on. So in regards to Cody, I think that he should lose to Gunther, and I think then it would be fun to put him in a feud with someone. I don't have a name at mind, but that's not really so important. I like the teases of him with Heyman, and I think that's what I would want to dig into. Could you imagine Cody and Heyman just having a few, being spotted backstage, having some words with each other, and actually just plant a few Easter eggs where, you know, we might go backstage and it's Heyman kind of in the Vision's locker room, but in the background there's some Cody item, you know, there's a Cody shirt or something. Just little Easter eggs, little things that people can notice and go, oh, have you seen this? So I think get Cody away from the title, mainly because I think we need to crown Gunther. Then do whatever you want to do with him, right? Just a fun feud, like something fun for him to get his teeth into as we head towards SummerSlam. So something over the summer, you know, like a feud with Brock Lesnar if he'd have never faced Brock, something like that. Yeah, could have been goods. But really what I'm more interested in is I really love that tease, yeah, with Heyman. and I'd want to do some Easter eggs with that and dig into that. You don't have to pull the trigger on it yet. You can obviously pull the trigger way off in the future, but just really plant those seeds. Just really tease some stuff. Get people speculating. Maybe gauge the temperature as well. I mean, see how people react to it. I do think WWE do quite a few things to gauge the temperature. I think they do have a few moments like Punk and Cody after WrestleMania. I think that was to sort of gauge the temperature. Like Seth Roman, I think that was to gauge the temperature. I think, like, you know, they have the wrestlers just kind of have these interactions. And even like that comment from Heyman with Cody could have been to gauge the temperature. Is the interest there for this? You know, how did people react to it? It's a great way, isn't it, of knowing how people feel about things before you actually pull the trigger. So, yeah, I would be looking at that. So a losing streak, not down on it. Yeah, that's a perfectly fine story. Cody just really feeling like everything's falling apart, you know, and all of that. But the only thing I'd say is I wouldn't expect that to really change anyone's minds for those that didn't like him already. So, interesting. Wrestle with Andy. I hope you're doing well, buds. Big Time said NXT this past Tuesday did its lowest rating in nearly 7 years, 498 down from 641. It's worth mentioning CW was not affected by any Nielsen change. NXT just collapsed. Okay. It's hard for me, to be honest, when it comes to ratings, because I don't know what's been affected, what's changed, what I can trust, what I can't trust. So I must admit, I saw that number. I kind of thought that it was something to do with the way the ratings were all being worked out. So, yeah, interesting. Don't know. The only thing you can think is that we've had a big change and perhaps the fans just haven't gravitated towards the new names yet. You know, Will Cruz, Mason Rook. I think, you know, John Cena's excited. Parts of the IWC are excited. But perhaps there's people that just aren't that excited yet because they haven't seen anything to really grab them. Same with Evil. I mean, Evil coming in from New Japan is a name to the IWC, but yeah, perhaps that just doesn't really bring people over. Is the basketball not on though? Because we're banging the playoffs, aren't we? So I mean, was there no basketball or anything like that it was up against? And we're saying the Nielsen rating definitely has not affected it. Because it's a big drop, isn't it, to go from 600,000 to under 500,000 in the space of a week. That would say to me that there's something that's happened more so than it's, you know, the new talent, if you will. I mean, I've seen buzz around Lizzie Rain. I've seen, obviously, there's been a lot of speculation about what Evil's new name's going to be. There's still really good women. Kendall Gray's fantastic. Lola Vice, Kalani Jordan. You know, Ren Sinclair's good as well. I mean, we've still got talent that's there. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how next week does. But I must admit, I thought that was more of a Nielsen thing. NXT is for trendsetters. Most people won't watch it, says Corey. Yeah, but to go from it, you're right, but I think that's always been the case, that most people won't watch it, but we're still only benchmarking it against itself. So it's not like we're comparing it to Raw and SmackDown. We're comparing it to a number that NXT itself achieved not long ago, which I think is kind of interesting. If you think NXT, you know, not everyone's going to be interested in it. It's developmental, but it's still managed to get 600 and some thousand and then drop down to under 500,000. So definitely some conversation to be had there. It's just hard to kind of dig into it too much because the rating systems have been a nightmare recently. They've really been a nightmare because they keep changing how the ratings are worked out. So it makes it very hard to have confidence in things. So Nicole said if Cody loses, they're probably going to do Gunther Ober, or they could do Gunther Randy or Gunther Punk. Yeah, I think they should. I mean, I think if you retire John Cena and then you follow it up by retiring AJ Styles, and then, you know, you have a high-profile match at WrestleMania like you did with Seth, I think you should, like, and then you follow that up by competing for the WWE title. I feel like if you're not going to pull the trigger on Gunther now, when are you going to do it? I mean, now is as perfect a time as ever because he's on a run, a hell of a run. And I feel like Triple H owes it to John Cena. Honestly, it really feels like you owe John Cena this. You put the belt on Gunther for John, which I think many of you out there will understand that concept. There might be some out there that don't. You know, there might be some out there that are like, what the hell are we on about? But obviously it makes sense that John tapped and lost in his last match because John wanted Gunther to benefit. John wanted Gunther to be this big future star. He wanted Gunther to have momentum. That was John's last gift. Like, as an active wrestler, that was the last thing he could do for someone, is put them over, give them the win. And not only that, you know, he tapped as well, which again, as we said, was more John's choice. But he still did it so that Gunther got mad heat. And Gunther did get mad heat, right? He did get mad heat. And, you know, he could brag about tapping out John Cena. People didn't like it. People were upset with it. And Gunther benefited. I don't think you can afford to just throw all of that away. That's disrespectful to John, really. You got to pull the trigger. Yeah. To me, you got to pull the trigger. You got to give it Gunther. Now, I can't say that's going to be in Italy, because I don't know that Cody Gunther is one and done. But Italy absolutely could be the place. I'll be very interested to see what the odds are when we get to it. I don't know what the odds are going to be, but I'll be very interested in them. Because for me, it's got to be a real option. It's got to be a real feasible option that we are going to pull the trigger and put the belt on Gunther. And as you said, lots of great matches waiting for him when we do that. Aaron, hello, my friend. Hope you're well. Said, I think the downfall in Cody's popularity is as a result of Drew's character booking. He came across as a likable person, and Cody didn't have the promo to have the crowd on his side. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. I think it was a period of time as well. I think that, you know, a lot of fans are with him after WrestleMania 40. And then it's really like, okay, Bloodline's done. And the frustration with Bloodline was there was always outside interference, right? So what do fans want now? Well, they want an exciting feud. They want exciting stories. They want exciting matches, right? And I don't think the feuds are ever really there. If you think about how he follows at 40... He has a match with AJ, which is a banger, right? I mean, that gets a tick. I think his match at Backlash was like one of the best in-ring matches, maybe the best from 2024, right? It's the one where the camera's shaking and everything's kicking off, right, in France. And, you know, that match of AJ Styles Cody is incredible. I don't think anyone's looking at that going, that was a mistake. So that's fine. But then it's time to get to work, isn't it? Then it's time to get stuck into the fun feud that we're going to be doing. And again, I just remember we were treading water for a while. I remember a match with Logan. I remember a tag match where he teams with Roman to take on Solo and... I can't remember who it was. Solo and one of the MFTs, I believe. And he goes to SummerSlam where he faces Solo. And Solo just does not feel like he is a big enough challenge. The feuds was not exciting. It felt flat. And so I think that summer, we can definitely say they did not set the table for Cody. We did not follow up WrestleMania with, you know, a banging feud against a big heel that was really fun throughout the summer. I think that's where we start seeing damage. I think that area there is where, you're starting to find people going, this is dull. I was hoping we were going to follow up the bloodline with something more exciting. And then, as we move towards the end of the year, we do get to the Kevin Owens feuds. But the problem with that is Kevin Owens is walking around with the Winged Eagle. Do you remember Kevin had the Winged Eagle belt and Cody had the other belt? And Kevin was talking about how he was being cheated and all of this. And there was people that could understand where Kevin was coming from. So the sort of stuff that Drew was saying that I think people could sympathize with, Kevin was sort of doing the same at the end of 2024, taking us into 2025. And he was also running around with the Winged Eagle, which is cool. Anyone that's going to run around with the Winged Eagle and declare themselves the real WWE champion, that's just a hard thing to hate. And they also chose at that time to have Cody didn't he use a weapon during the match? There was a crossroads onto a chair or something during a Saturday night's main event. And I remember that being a bit controversial. Should Cody, is that really how Cody's going to get past Kevin? There's all these little things where it's not a good summer feud with Solo going into a feud with Kevin where I think people could sort of sympathize with Kevin. Then, of course, that takes us to early 2025 where he's, doing the whole sell your soul thing. And then he has to face Cena in Cena's final year where they do turn Cena heel to try and get heat on Cena. It does not work. And actually, it's Cody that's getting booed at WrestleMania because the WrestleMania crowd loves Cena. It's his last WrestleMania. He's trying to win 17. Of course, the fans are going to be with Cena. And it's Cody that suffers as a result. We've kind of gone step by step throughout the whole run where you can just see mistake after mistake after mistake, frustration after frustration after frustration. As we said, he kind of faces Cena at SummerSlam last year, and finally it felt like the fans were with Cody a little more because I think people had looked at the Cena heel run and had gone, this isn't working. And Cena had already won 17. And so there was a bit more support for Cody going into SummerSlam than there was going into WrestleMania. It felt just a little better. Still not 100%, nowhere near it. But it felt like there was a touch more support. And on the go-home SmackDown, they turned John Cena face. I'm not even making it up, as I've said before. They turn him face on the go-home SmackDown, and all of a sudden, all these fans are right back on side with John Cena as we go into SummerSlam. I mean, it is incredible. And we haven't even got to the Drew feud yet. We haven't even got to the Drew feuds. And then we get to the whole Drew thing, and as you said, he was making great points about how he's so tired of being overlooked, how Cody's the golden boy, gets all these opportunities. And by this point, people are like, yeah. And so, we are where we are. It's very frustrating watching week after week and watching, the whole journey, the whole story. And I know there's people that disagree with my viewpoint, and that's absolutely fine. I don't need people to agree with me. I'm not bothered. But that's how I have seen the journey. And I think anyone that chooses to go against Cody, it's absolutely fine. Wrestling is great when it comes to, you rooting for who you want to root for. We've all got our favorites. Every wrestler, will welcome your support and welcome your merch purchases and you buying meet and greets and all that sort of stuff, to meet them. So, I mean, all the fans, all the wrestlers are appreciative of your support. So like who you like, dislike who you dislike. But this is why I do find myself feeling a bit sorry for Cody. But I am going to give him some blame as well. I think that if I was in Cody's situation, I would have identified quite a while ago now that people are getting tired of my character and that I need to evolve. And if you look at Undertaker, he evolved. You look at Hogan, he evolved. Granted, it took him a while in the 80s, but by the time we're getting towards the early 90s, you know, there's starting to be a backlash towards Hogan. Hulkamania spluttering, you know. It would be rewriting history if we didn't comment on the fact that Hulkamania was not as strong in the early 90s as it was, you know, in the mid 80s. So you do have this sort of time period, really, where people will ride with you, but they will tire of you, and then there will be, you know, a growing resentment. We've seen it time and time and time and time again. Saw it with John Cena, especially. People love Cena at start, and then, of course, he started to embody WWE, became like the face of WWE. And, you know, once you kind of get cemented in that position, I think the resentment just naturally starts to grow as well, because you are basically the company's golden boy, you know, and that it was natural. I just think this came quite quick to Cody. I think the backlash to Cody was quick. And I also think that the booking was terrible. I mean, I will go to my grave saying that, because I can break it down in detail, every step, and, you know, why it was not the right step to take and where they dropped the ball and the missed opportunities. Because I can see it and talk about it in detail, that's why I feel comfortable saying that the booking was not correct. But it is what it is, isn't it? We are where we are. Who really cares about the path we've been on? It's more about the future, and it's more about where do we go now? What next for Cody? What would be the right moves for Cody? Now, I'm very interested in the conversation with Heyman. Even if it doesn't turn him heel at this stage, I've said I don't mind turning him heel in the future. I just think that's a good card to have in your back pocket, right? I think that I would be interested in a period now where Cody wrestles a feud, and like Andy said, maybe have him lose that feud, and just once in a while you've got Heyman in the background. Just tease it. Just tease it. And I'd probably go into a period of that now. Let's go down. Daze, do we think WWE push Axiom? My friend Levy let you know you're awesome. He watches your videos. Oh, that's very kind. Is that Levy? Levy, appreciate it. Will they push Axiom? Well, they should push for Axiom as a team, because they're both in that team. So they should push both Nathan Frazier and Axiom as a team. I would love to see just one tag division rather than two. I don't think they can spin both plates at the same time. I don't even think I can tell you the last time we had the Raw and SmackDown tag divisions firing. So it would be good to just get one going and maybe just put all the teams in there and just, you know, really focus our attention. Maybe put the women's tag on the one show and put the men's tag on the other show and kind of deal with it that way, right? I think I'd be tempted to do like something along those lines. And then I would, in the future, look at splitting them, yeah. I'd look at splitting them in the future, because I think they're both quite exciting. But at the moment, they feel quite low down in the totem pole, because they just don't get much TV time. And, you know, tag wrestling is not the priority in WWE, so I think just get them out there, get them in AAA, get them in NXT, get them on main event, get them on SmackDown, just get them being used, and do you know what I mean, get them performing, and let's get going with Fraxium. I mean, it was only a couple of years ago they were being voted one of the greatest tag teams in the world by like Wrestling Observer and Bleacher Report. Like, they are legit. WWE have got legit one of the best tag teams in the world, and they're just sat twiddling their thumbs. It's very, very frustrating. Stuart, hello, said, do we think Roxanne Perez and Raquel have got a title shot in Italy for the women's tag titles? Enjoy SmackDown tonight. Stuart, shout out to you. Well, they've got a tag title opportunity, is it next week on Raw? Coming up. It could be that there are shenanigans, and then that leads to a rematch in Italy. Certainly they're in the conversation. There's a few other teams interested. We saw Irresistible Forces getting involved. We know that Charlexa are still an item and are still going to be a factor. I wouldn't hate a Fatal 4-Way or the ladder match that we've been waiting for, you know? I wouldn't hate that. I suppose we did the Fatal 4-Way, didn't we, at WrestleMania? So, ladder match, please. I think that it'll be a real shame if we come out of this period where we really did put a spotlight on women's wrestling, tag wrestling. It would be such a shame if we never got the ladder match out of it. So, yeah, there's a chance that they just do a rematch at Clash in Italy. But I'd love the ladder match. I'd love the ladder match. Big Time said NXT's in a tough spot because they lost a large volume of star power all at once, introducing so many new faces like EK, Prosper and Legacy on NXT 4 months. Viewers don't know a thing about them. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that that's the reason. I'm really not. I don't think you just go from 1 week doing 600,000 to the other week under 500,000 and you just blame the new faces. I'm not convinced. I'd need to see that it was a pattern. I'd need to see what next week's rating is, because next week could bounce up to 580. Do you know what I mean? I think that it's something to be aware of, but I would not be like racing for the alarm or like anything like that, or pointing fingers at that talent. I think that's too reactionary. I used to work in a store, and obviously you'd get like sales figures for the previous day, but the numbers that the regional managers were always interested in talking about was month to date. How are you doing for the month so far? Because daily numbers obviously fluctuate, you know, anything can happen. Week to date is obviously a much bigger number than a daily number. But really, you know, if ever you was talking to a regional manager or anything, they'd want to know month to date, because month to date, it gives you a much bigger picture. So, you know, applying that logic to NXT, yes, the week number is going to be interesting, but I would zoom a touch out before making that sort of a statement, because next week can come in at 580 and prove that it was nothing to do with EK Prosper. I do think that, I mean, I don't know about basketball. I don't know if there was a playoff that was on at the time. I don't know if the main event just didn't grab people. There could be a few different things. It could be I can't even remember what the flipping main event was. That might not have just like grabbed people's attention. But this is what NXT needs to just have a look at and work out, you know. Do they need to get some title matches going, you know, for the weekly show, so that people feel like they need to be tuning in for it? And yeah, there has been a big change. There has been a big flux. I could believe that has an impact, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know how many people tune in for specific wrestlers. I think if you're tuning in to NXT, it's got to be largely because you're interested in that next wave of talent that's coming. And it doesn't really matter that we just lost a load of people. NXT is NXT. NXT is developmental. NXT is the draw. It's always been that way, where people tune into NXT because they want to watch the next generation, not because they want to watch one specific wrestler. And there's so much that's in NXT as well. If you tune in, how can you not be excited by Lizzie Rain, or intrigued by Evil or Mason Rook? You know, how can you not be intrigued by those? There's quite a few faces around. Really good women's match as well. Dave Meltzer actually giving Kendall versus Kalani, which I believe opened the show, was it? I can't remember if it opened or closed, but that match got over 4 stars from Dave Meltzer. So, I mean, you look at the quality of some of the matches in NXT, some of the workers down there, some really good stuff. We know, though, that, you know, an Oba and a Trick Williams and whatnot, but they've been gone for a while. We managed to get a 600,000 just the other week without them. So, I don't know. I would put the brakes on drawing any conclusions. I think you need more data in order to do that. I think month to date is much more effective than just going week by week and being that reactionary. But we'll see. We'll see what rating they get next week. WWE doesn't know how to book tag teams, said Stewart. Yeah, they really struggle with that, don't they? They really struggle with that. Punk had a schedule change. Roman, a clerical error. What's really going on, said Boris. Yeah, the Punk change is interesting. I agree. And Roman is doing some dates in June now, but I wouldn't be shocked to find out there was a little something going on there. I agree with you. It is funny how they said that they just made an error with Roman, and now there's a scheduling conflict when it definitely feels like there's stuff going on behind the scenes. I don't know that it's anything that major. It could just be that they've got these performers for certain appearances in a year, and they've decided we're not going to use them on on these shows. Like, you know, we've got plans for them later in the year. If you've got someone 50 times a year, you need to make sure that those 50 appearances matter and that you're using them in the right places. So, I mean, I could believe as plans change, the schedules change. It could just be that. I mean, it might not be anything more than that. I could believe that it is that. But even if it is that, it's still very interesting, isn't it? It's still interesting that they're having to remove certain big names from shows and move things around. But I suppose that's kind of largely always been the case. Cards have always been subject to change. I don't know that it's anything worse than that, but it could be, couldn't it? Could be all to do with flipping contracts and how much people are being paid, and I'm not working that show. But there's no word of anything like that at this stage. So, Aaron said, do we think WWE is holding back wrestling matches by having a template? Whenever a wrestler wrestles outside, they have better matches. It would really up the score if the matches were better. Yeah, I can't really answer this one, to be honest, because I don't know why WWE puts the brakes on. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's the way the producers produce and have been told to produce, or if it's talent just trying to just get some spots in and really not really worry too much about going above that. I mean, the more you do, the more exciting the match, the higher the risk of injury. Is there something to just going out there, doing the planned spots, filling in the gaps in between, and calling it a night, you know? And just staying fit, healthy, moving on to the next town, next show. I don't know. It's hard to say, because I think there's so many reasons why it could be happening. It could be down to the producers. It could be down to the wrestlers. The wrestlers just kind of... To be honest with you, if you're working in WWE and they ask you to do a match and they lay it out and it's pretty basic and you just do a few spots, commercial break, match is going to go 8 minutes, there's a commercial break spot in there, blah, 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 right? You'd probably do that, yeah, what they ask. I don't know at what point you would feel that you would need to go above that. I don't know what wrestlers would feel a frustration at not being able to do more. And what if you did more and got injured? I suppose the point is, who backstage is saying to the wrestlers that was not enough? That was not good enough. You know, we score matches as to how much we enjoyed them, how much we felt connected with them, how much we were kind of engrossed in them. And on a regular basis, we score like high-end 80s or low-end 90s. And that to me is not good enough when, you know, Raw's on once a week and there's 5 matches, 6 matches. You know, you would think that those performers would go out there to really try and put on a show, you know? And either they are comfortable because no one's putting the pressure on them to do more. Either the producers are just producing in the WWE style and they're not pushing the wrestlers. Or there is just a general kind of concern that, well, let's get them to do, a so-so match, a Raw match, and keep them safe. We don't want them doing crazy stuff and they get injured. And so let's just get in there, do a match that we know will be largely acceptable and get it. I don't know who the hell is pushing to make the best matches possible. I think the answer is no one. I don't think Triple H is pushing it. I don't think the producers are pushing it. I don't think the wrestlers are pushing it. And I think you've got the fans going, is that it? Is that what, could have been better, couldn't it? Could have done more. But then, why should the wrestlers do more if they're not being asked to do more? And what if they did more and then got injured? I mean, then they're screwed, aren't they? They're sat at home, losing TV time, losing their spot. I mean, getting a match, fighting to get a match is, it's hard. I mean, Ivy Nile would love to be in regular matches. The Wyatt Six would have loved to have had matches. Nikki Cross would have loved to have had matches. There's loads of people on the main roster, Otis, Tozawa, blah, 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 Grayson Waller, that would all love to be in matches and be used regular. So if you get one and get told to do something, you do it, don't you? You wouldn't really be pushing to do more, and then you get injured. Hard, innit? It's hard. I don't think the company is set up to really push the talent to put in performances, big performances. I don't think anyone is trying to steal the show. And yeah, it's kind of disappointing, isn't it? If you sort of think along those lines. I don't blame Triple H. The only thing I blame Triple H for is I don't think he is going up to the producers or the talent and saying that's not good enough. I don't think anyone is saying that's not good enough. I think the only time that gets said is if the match is outright bad. If there's a botch, if there's an injury that's been caused, if there's a miscommunication, if they go over in time, if it's one of those, then I think there's feedback. I think something has to be said. But if it's just the match is 92%, 93% good, yeah. I don't know who's saying that, who's giving them the feedback. I could be way off because I'm not back there. But does anyone have the vibe? Has anyone heard anything where there's rollickings going on backstage? You know how Vince used to be quite a hard employer, and I'm fairly certain you wouldn't get away with anything with Vince back there. I just do not feel that about Triple H. I don't feel that about these producers either. Bruce Pritchard might have a little bit of, a sterner side. So maybe Bruce, but without Vince breathing down his neck, I don't even think Bruce is going to be, as bothered as he would be if Vince was there. So, yeah, I don't know. I do find myself struggling to pinpoint because without being backstage and actually, just sitting in Gorilla and observing everything. But that's what you'd want to look for. If you was like a little mouse in the corner of Gorilla and you wanted to kind of understand why the matches weren't better than they are, you'd obviously be looking at the communication between the producer and the wrestlers before they go out, the communication whilst they're out there, what's Triple H saying, what's the producers saying, what's Bruce saying, what are people in Gorilla saying about the match. Obviously, they come back, what gets communicated, what's fed back to the wrestlers. Are they told that's good? Yeah, good job. It's done what it needed to do. We got the outside interference. We got the shots we wanted. It's probably that, innit? I think that I just said is probably it. We got the shots we wanted. They want specific facial reactions. They want the specific moments that take us to a break. It's not wrestling in the form of New Japan. It's not go out there and put on a banger and we'll capture what we can capture. It's at this moment, I want you to look in this camera. In this moment, I want you to involve the crowds, and we'll get the drone shot. Do you know what I mean? Like, Logan, I want you to do a frog splash to the outside, and we'll have the drone go round you. Yeah? It's all these planned camera shots and moments where, you know, we actually end up with what we end up with. And that's the WWE way. And as a result, I don't know who's back there asking for the actual matches in general to be better. And I suppose the concern is, if no one's doing that now, I don't know that anyone's going to be doing that in the future unless the fans really make their voices heard and really do kind of get the message across that we're not happy that the wrestling on the shows, the standard, the quality is at the level it's at. We want it to be lifted up. I think this is where something like the Open Challenges were really good, because I think they actually did have a bit more focus on the wrestling, because I think that's why we did it. The Open Challenge was how we managed to get Carmelo connected with the audience. We're going to make you love this guy because we're going to allow him to have great matches. We're going to put him out there where we are going to want to get certain shots and stuff like that, but the actual quality of his match matters more than the quality of the other matches, because it doesn't really matter if you enjoy the women's tag match or not. We're going to fill some time. We're going to get these people out there in front of the crowd, get them on your TV, and it's going to allow us to do this outside interference. It's job done. We're not worried about the actual match. But when it comes to Carmelo, we are worried about the match because that's how we're getting him over. And so for him, there may have been a bit more pressure on delivering in those matches because the quality of them did actually impact his connection with the audience. So, I don't know. I think there's a lot you can dig into with all of that. Again, I have to say, this is just how it comes across to me as a viewer. And, you know, little things you hear and read and whatnot. But I've never heard or read of anyone putting any pressure on the in-ring being better. And I think that's a concern, because I think we would all love for the in-ring to improve. Right, Jackal, hello, my friend. Shout out to you. Said, random thought of the day. Someone like Darby Allin in WWE, would you praise it, or is there someone else in mind? I don't quite get the question, because I don't have anyone in mind. So there's no one in mind to kind of bring in. But if the question is, who would you want to bring in from AEW? I'd take MJF, because I think he's complete. You know, there was doubts about his wrestling in the early days because we didn't see him wrestle too much. And when he did, the matches were okay. But actually, over time, they got better and better. And obviously, they put the world title on him, and he was in like high-profile matches. He was in there with bigger names. And, you know, I mean, I stopped watching at the end of 2023, and by the time I stopped watching, I had no doubts he was a fantastic in-ring performer. But if you go back to, say, 2020, then there was some questions around at that time that even MJF was addressing, right, online and stuff. But I mean, like, as a someone on a mic, a promo guy, he's always been, you know, captivating. I do find that he can go round the houses a little bit, but normally he has a couple of interesting lines in there to keep things engaging. I feel a bit sorry for him because I think Tony knows that he's good on the mic and so gives him a long period of time to talk. And sometimes it can just sort of feel like he's waffling a bit. And trust me, game recognizes game. Yeah, I waffle and I can recognize others that do the same. But I think everything's like there. It's just how you use him, really. In-ring wise, great. On the mic, great. Look, he's obviously not the biggest guy, but the Burberry and, you know, the way that he kind of carries himself, I think he works with what he's got. Obviously, that could probably be improved. But, yeah, he would be the one that would come to my mind. So, in regards to Darby, I'd absolutely welcome Darby. I think Darby's probably the closest we've got to a Jeff Hardy in 2026. He's a risk taker, a daredevil, doesn't care, chuck himself off anything, actually wants to chuck himself off stuff. I think that he is someone that gives his all in every match. I mean, I remember his suicide dives being like, that's how you do them. I mean, when he does a suicide dive, he hits the ropes and he comes out of the ring like a bullet would come out of a gun. So many times you see people do suicide dives and they just sort of like leap to the outside, but it's very meek. Do you know what I mean? They're doing it, but I don't know that they're necessarily performing it, right? It's kind of like against the ropes. I'm going to jump to the outside, crossbody, down everyone goes. I survived, you know. I didn't get caught on the ropes, you know. Kind of, we did it. And it was just like, yeah, you've done it, but I don't really feel anything by watching it. Whereas with Darby Allin, I don't think you could shoot a bullet out of a gun quicker than you can Darby gets out of a ring when he does a suicide dive. He throws his body through the ropes into the opponent on the outsides, and everything he does feels like he's putting in the work. It feels legit. He's a pleasure to watch, actually. I really don't mind watching him. I can't comment too much on when he goes too far, you know? I mean, I know there's people that, like, when he jumped on that pane of glass and the glass went in the crowds. I mean, even Tony Khan afterwards was like, we're not doing that again. So, I mean, there are times where he goes too far. And I think he needs to be sort of managed a bit better than he has at times. And there's definitely spots that I think maybe go a touch too far. But I don't know. He's in that Mick Foley vein. He's in that Jeff Hardy vein. And I know that's not quite where wrestling is now. But it's hard to be down on it. It's kind of hard to not respect it. I got a lot of respect for Darby. Darby's someone that I really like in AEW. I saw they put the world title on him, and I saw that he's defending that belt exactly as you would expect him to every week. Do you know what I mean? Just putting the belt on the line. I think that's clever booking, honestly, because I think that is his character. I think whenever you can have a character react in a way that character feels like they would react, that's, you know, a thumbs up from me. That is how Darby would be a champ. He'd defend it all the time because he doesn't care. He doesn't care. You know, he's here to push himself and test himself. He's not thinking about, oh, I'm going to defend it at the next PLE so I can have another 30 days to my reign. He's thinking about, I want to put on great matches. I want to, you know, go hards and, you know, entertain. And yeah, it's hard to not respect that. But I do think he goes a touch too far at times. But I think he knows that. And I know Tony knows that. So yeah, there you go. You'll get no more praise out of AEW from me. Right? That's it. That's the yearly quota done. But no, I mean, I don't have people in mind or anything. But I've said before, I think they've got a great roster. I think if you are like a diehard WWE fan that hates AEW, that's fine. But I think it's a little bit disingenuous if you like, they suck, their wrestlers suck. It's, mate, I would take Darby, I would take MJF, I'd welcome Edge back, I'd welcome Mercedes back. I've heard great things about that Cole Fletcher, but I've not seen much of him. But I've heard good stuff. I've always wanted Will Ospreay. I'd absolutely have him. I'd have Omega. I'd have Okada. I don't know that Thekla or whatever she's called. I've not seen her. I just know that she's their champ because on a Wednesday when I'm trying to compile and scene, I get like all the clips from all the like Wrestle Purist, Wrestle Talk, all of those kind of have the clips. So I have to scroll through to try and find the WWE stuff. So it means that I sort of catch a few things. Like, you know, this is how Dynamite ends, or this person just got the win, or this person's the new champ. So I don't I don't try to keep up with it, but as I'm compiling unscenes and stuff, I just naturally see things. So I don't know much about her, but I'm guessing she must be good if they've put the belt on her and they've got Mercedes and they've got Tony and they've got all these other people and they've decided she's the one they want to be champ. So she must be something there. Jono said, are we looking forward to SmackDown? Yeah, we are actually. I'm in really good spirits at the moment. I'm feeling quite good. And I think the reason for it is a couple of things. First is that obviously it's been a bit quieter this week. I think that it was nice to just kind of get just a little bit of a breather. There wasn't an unseen for a couple of days, and it was only because I don't want to put one out if it doesn't feel like I can be proud of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to put one out if I'm uploading it and I'm like, I don't really like this. I don't need to. To be honest with you, unseens, they don't make any money or anything like that. You know, they only get like 5,000-6,000 views. So, do you know what I mean? Like, I'd much rather put something out of that feels like there's some sort of quality to it. So the past couple of days, it just didn't feel worth it. So I was like, no, I'm not going to. So it was kind of nice in a way to just have a breather. So I'm feeling a bit recharged, which is good. But I'm also feeling like wrestling's in a better place. And I can genuinely say that because I think night 2 of WrestleMania was obviously much better than night 1. I think Raw has been okay. It's been okay. SmackDown has still got its struggles, but it's not as bad as it was before WrestleMania. SmackDown has improved. It's still not great. It's still going to be around 4, 5, 6 range, right? It's not 7s and 8s where we would like it to be. I mean, 6 at best, probably. But, you know, I think it is better than the 1, 2 out of 10 it was getting when we was having all that Pat stuff, you know? So that's better. And, I think that as we're heading towards Saturday night's main event, we're heading towards Clash in Italy. We got the AAA show coming up. I'm really looking forward to all of those. So that'll be good. And I think tonight I'm into Gunther, Cody. I think that's good. I'm looking forward to seeing what's next for Trick. I'm hoping it's not Sammy. So I'm into that. So yeah, there's bits. I think honestly, prediction for a score, 6-2-5 tonight for this. I would imagine some of these segments won't deliver. I would imagine we'll be like, nah, on some of it. But I would imagine that there will be some stuff that we're like, yeah, I like that. I mean, the Gunther Cody segment, I think, should be good. Damian, Priest, R-Truth have been putting on some pretty fun matches. So I think that'll be okay. Trick Williams segment, I hope, is going to be good. Don't have much high hopes for Jade and Rhea, but we'll see. Charlotte, Alexa, Meechin, B-Fab could be fine. I don't expect it to be a banger. As long as it's just tolerable, I'll take it. So I think it could all shake out about 6-2-5. But we'll have to see. Hopefully it's better than that, but that's not really where SmackDown has been this year. So am I looking forward to it? Yeah, I think there'll be some stuff. I always like to find the thumbnail. I always feel happier when I know what the breakdown thumbnail is going to be. And obviously you want that to be a moment. You want that to be something that feels significant. Probably it'll be something from Gunther Cody. But, don't know. It'd be great if it wasn't and it was something else. Miss Clown, hello. Hope you're doing well. Trick Spot's only going to be good if the gingerbread man's there, says Corey. Carl, hello, my friends. Shout out to you. Would we like to see a new version of Bullet Club? Maybe Finn, Shinsuke, Tama. Who else could be added? I think Finn needs friends. Yeah, I don't mind. I suppose the only problem with it would be that none of them are young now. I don't know how dangerous and vibrant that group's going to be. I sort of feel like a Bullet Club might work better if it was a load of young guys coming up from NXT that want to make their name and they're hungry and I don't know. I don't know that you're getting that from Shinsuke and Tama and Finn, you know? I do think Finn needs some people with him, but again, I might go younger, more vibrant, people that are going to listen to him. I don't know what the dynamic of a Finn, Tama, Shinsuke group would look like. I feel like Finn with a couple of young guns, a couple of young guys that he can sort of guide and they can help him. I'd keep him face. I'd keep him dangerous. I would keep him away from the demon unless we really needed it. And obviously, you know, a WrestleMania, SummerSlam, you might break him out then. But by and large, I would lean into that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit difficult because my concern would be that it would just be a bit flat with them at the age that they're at, not being dangerous enough and putting everyone on notice. Like I think Bullet Club, that's kind of what I think about with Bullet Club. Young, cocky, vibrant. I don't know that I'm getting that vibe from that group. So I don't know if you would go with a different direction. Do you know what I mean? Like these more being kind of, I don't know, old grandmasters, you know? Certainly Shinsuke. Shinsuke fits that bill. Shinsuke very much fits that bill. You could say that Evil fits that bill. Naraku, as he's now known, fits that bill of being like this old, wise, you don't want to mess with them. These are like, it's like a group of final bosses, really. So there could be something to it. But I kind of like Finn being the leader, going after world titles, but just having a couple of young guys with him that can sort of back him up so that he's not outnumbered. Those young guys can go after tag belts and maybe kind of explore that. WWE, there is a Discord. Yeah, there is a Discord. We got Sunny and I think Dormouse still does some stuff over there. So links should be in the description for that. Mustafa said Roman Reigns is injured after Jacob's brutality. I've not seen any word about Roman being injured, so I think everything's okay. Yeah, I've not seen any words on that. Another 3 hours of SmackDown feels excruciating, said Push Up Daisies. Yeah, well, the 3 hours will come to an end, I think the end of June, is it? So we do like 6 months, January, February, March, April, May, June. Yeah, 6 months, 3 hours, 6 months, 2 hours. So we're getting closer towards the end of it. But I agree. I kind of feel like this would be better if it was just the 2 hours rather than the 3 hours. Right, Bonkers, hello, hope you're doing well. Liverpool sucks this season. Oh, what was the score? They were playing tonight, weren't they? I'm guessing by that. They lost, did they, to Villa? We crumbled, another loss, another unwanted records. What was the score? It was 4-2. Wow, hell of a game. Hell of a game. McGinn in the 89th and Van Dijk, 2 from Van Dijk. Wow. So it was 1-0 Villa, then it was 1-1, then 2-1, 3-1, 4-1 at one point. I think that puts Villa in, doesn't it? Puts Villa into Champions League. Wow. Hell of a job he's done, isn't it? Hell of a job that Emery's done. I don't know why United haven't pinched him. I don't know why Man United haven't gone in for him. I think I'd be tempted to have him over Carrick, to be honest. Because I think Emery has shown it in quite a few clubs that he is a top manager. Carrick, I don't know, man. When that pressure's on next year, I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. Man United have only had to deal with 1 game a week. That's as easy as it gets. Villa have been, Villa are in a European final and they're 4th in the Premier League. And they've obviously got, a much lower budget. They're a smaller club than Man United's. But yeah, they're right by them in the league. And I don't know, I think Emery, Maybe they put the feelers out and Emery wasn't interested, but hell of a manager. King Gamer said, in the company's hardest periods, was it Hart in the 90s or Cena in the 2010s that carried WWE more? Does it say more about being champ in the bad times like Brett than the good times like Cody? Well, they tried a few different people, didn't they, in the 90s? I don't know that we can say that Brett carried the company because it didn't really work. We tried Shawn, didn't we? And we tried Diesel. And we tried Sid. And we tried Undertaker. There's quite a few champions in the mid-90s because we're just trying to find who that right person is after Hogan. And we do have a look at Brett. And to be honest, Brett was probably the person we should have backed, but we didn't. I mean, they do kind of give him his crowning moment at WrestleMania 10, of course. But, you know, it's not long after that we kind of turn our attention to Diesel. I mean, we do like the whole Bob Backlund thing, going into Diesel. And, you know, I mean, 95, going into 96, that belt changes around. So I don't know how much carrying we can say Brett did, honestly. I think that it's difficult. You're looking for something really special. I think in those periods where things are challenging, you're looking for someone to come along that really connects with the audience. And, you know, people really do want to watch. And I think that we sort of saw a little bit of that with, obviously, you know, Stone Cold would come along eventually and, you know, would save the day, really. I mean, WWE without Stone Cold, I think still would have been okay because you still would have had The Rock. I think WWE had a few people coming through. I mean, Triple H, going from Hunter Hearst Helmsley to Triple H. If we lived in a period where we didn't have Stone Cold, we didn't have The Rock, would we have still been okay? I think so. It's a really interesting question, that, because you have to look at the landscape and go, okay, well, what would we be dealing with? Well, we would be dealing with Triple H, Undertaker, Kane, Kurt Angle, Mick Foley. I mean, we would still have a really good group for an Attitude Era that you can dig into. But undeniable that Stone Cold and The Rock were, do you know what I mean, Mount Rushmore, you know, performers. It was like the flipping Dream Team, wasn't it? It was like the USA, I don't know, what was your best basketball year? 92, maybe? Something like that, where you've got Jordan and all these amazing players, the Dream Team. It was kind of like that in the Attitude Era, where you've got all these amazing names, and then on top of that, you still had Stone Cold and The Rock. So even if you took Stone Cold and The Rock away, there's still this wealth of talent that comes along in a very short period of time that I think would have been okay. So I think it's a tricky period that I don't know in that mid-90s that anyone necessarily carries the company. I just think it's a period of people trying. You could even make the argument it's The Undertaker, couldn't you? You could make the argument that The Undertaker was the most popular, and he was the one that people, you know, still kept engaged with. Because I was watching at that time, obviously, as a kid, and I can tell you that, like, it was Undertaker that I was like, and British Bulldog, those were ones that I was really engaged with. I still love Shawn, and I love Brett, and I loved all of those. I mean, it was a great... But it's hard, because when I was a kid, I wasn't watching thinking, oh, business is down. You know? You don't think that. You're just hoping your favourites win. But even like those that weren't champ, there were still people I was really, like, engaged with. You know, I mean, I was loving the Bulldog, as I keep saying. Now, he was not champion, but I was hoping he would be champion. So, I mean, he obviously was someone that I was engaged with and still wanted to tune in for. When Vader comes in, I love when Vader comes in and splashes Gorilla Monsoon. Like, I love that he was someone I wanted to see get to the top as well. I always liked Bam Bam Bigelow as well. I was quite pleased to see him in the main event. I wanted him to win, actually, that WrestleMania 11 against Lawrence Taylor, because I didn't know who Lawrence Taylor was. I didn't care. I wanted Bam Bam. Even as a kid, I was rooting against celebrities. But yeah, I think, and then in the kind of 2010s, I mean, you've got Punk around in that period that people are kind of rooting for. And, you know, he has a run with the belt for a time. And then obviously we get to the whole Daniel Bryan thing as we get to like 2013, 2014. So, I mean, there was people around. It's hard, isn't it? Because the numbers said that John Cena's the guy. And it's hard to kind of, not pull the trigger with John. But John does start to kind of go down in his appearances. I mean, as you get to the back end of the 2010s, he's making less and less appearances. I feel like John's pretty much done by like WrestleMania 32-ish. That's probably like 2016. I feel like as we're getting towards the end of the 2010s, we're very much into Roman territory. Roman taking over at that point. So, yeah, I think it's interesting. Wrestling is very cyclical. Obviously, there's good periods and there's lulls. And I think what we're going through right now is a little bit of a lull. I think that, if you speak to the average person and ask them how do you feel about wrestling? How do you feel about like where we are? I think a lot of people would say they're struggling a bit at the moment. I think because we look at things in such detail and we really get stuck in, like, I feel like there's always going to be enough for me. I can't imagine a time where there won't be. I mean, genuinely, I'm looking forward to Cody Gunther tonight. That's a feud I'm really looking forward to, a match I'm really looking forward to. I think we genuinely could get a new champion. We genuinely could get Gunther winning the WWE Championship for the first time in like a couple of weeks. And that could be somewhat significant because that could be him really arriving to the top of the cards. I think it's one thing to have had that World Heavyweight Championship, but that World Heavyweight Championship, in my mind, is still that step below the WWE title. Yes, Roman has it now. That helps. Yes, it main evented night 2. That helps. But we're only talking about things that have happened over the past few months. Go back before that, and for me, that World Heavyweight title, certainly when Gunther had it, was not the level of the WWE Championship. So this would be big. Him winning that belt, beating Cody. Anytime you can beat Cody is significant. But Gunther doing it, and I think he has a chance. So watching how we work our way towards that, I'm looking forward to that. Seeing what's next for Trick, I'm looking forward to that. So, like earlier, we were talking about ratings and zooming out, zooming in. Do you look at just week by week? If you do, how much do you care? If you go out a bit more, look at weekly averages, compare them to last year. I think there's more to that. That's data that doesn't really come out. We don't ever compare February to February last year or February to January with ratings. They're not ratings that come out. It's just, here's the number this week. But I think if you was to look ratings-wise on a monthly basis, I think that's much more interesting and useful. Benchmark into last year, benchmark into the month before, to give you a much better idea as to how things are going. And I think the same here. Like, you can zoom out and go, well, this isn't as good as it used to be. Or you can zoom in and look at specific segments and go, well, I am actually looking forward to that. And that's where I am actually right now, is I'm looking at things tonight, looking at the breakdown, and I'm going, yeah, I'm interested in that. I'm interested in that. I'm interested in that. And, it means that it's not a chore. I'm not sat here dreading the show or anything like that. I know there's people going, I just can't do it. I can't watch anymore. And I get that. I mean, it's good actually to step away sometimes if you are feeling that. But I don't know. I mean, I want to see what happens with Oba. I want to see where we go with him. I want to see what we do with Trick. We've just called up like Fatal Influence. They should be on the show tonight. I really love Fatal Influence. So I'm looking forward to seeing them in action. There is enough around for me to be like, yeah, let's go. But that doesn't mean that they can deliver a 3-hour show that's going to, do you know what I mean, knock me sideways. If you took all of WWE, you could do a 3-hour show, yes. but trying to do like 5 hours 20, 5 hours 30 across Raw and SmackDown is difficult, seemingly, for them right now. To actually, like, you know, deliver shows that are going to be consistently in that sort of 7 range. So we are where we are. We know there's issues. Hopefully they're going to keep working on them, improving, and, you know, but whilst, you know, the overall score might be a struggle, hopefully there's still enough in there that you can find to enjoy. Rational Gaze said, having watched SmackDown between 2010 and 2019, there's no way I can say this show is not as good as it used to be. Rick Boogs and Nakamura was trash. That's over now. Just pick one thing. Del Rio is another, said Rational Gaze. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think that I keep meaning to do this, and I really might do it this weekend, because I think what I might do is we were lucky and we were treated to a period coming out of the pandemic where I think it felt so good because we had people back after, you know, going through a long period of time where it was just empty arenas and empty kind of Thunderdomes and all of that, right? So we get crowds back, which is good. We're well into Bloodline, and we get Bloodline even better because Sammy gets more involved, and I think Sammy really takes Bloodline to a different level. I think Bloodline without Sammy is not as compelling. I think it's good, and it's good now, but I think that with Sammy, it just gives you that comedy element, and I think it just breaks up the intensity. I think it's nice to have that mixture, and, you know, we kind of bring him in once we get out of the Thunderdome, and, you know, that takes us to a new level. The shows are very heavily built around Bloodline SmackDowns, so, you know, they kind of, you see them arriving, we check in with them, they normally open the show with a promo, we get like backstage moments, they're normally involved in the main event or get involved in the main event, and so, you know, their presence was very heavy, and so you just had to fill in the other spaces really with other stuff, and some of that other stuff wasn't great, but it didn't matter because what you cared about was Bloodline. So I think we were very fortunate coming out of the pandemic to have a really good run of a few years where people were really engaged with, it kind of felt a little bit like the Undertaker streak, in the sense of the longer Roman's title reign went on, you wondered, is this the person that's going to end it? You know, I mean, we went into Clash at the Castle. We went into that wondering, is it going to be Drew? Should it be Drew? Is he going to end this? And of course he doesn't, because Solo arrives and gets involved. And that breathes new life into the Bloodline story, because now we got a new character, Solo. How does he interact with everyone, right? And of course, Drew's cheated. How do we feel about that? And on we go, and blah, 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 blah. So you've got that period that's so good that now you look at the shows and they're not comparable. They're not as compelling. They're not as engaging. You don't have the kind of big hook. You know, you don't have that thread that kind of goes through. I don't think we have the character investment that we did with Bloodline with anything now. So I think the problem is that people are comparing to where we were just a few years ago, and it feels less. If you go back to 2019, 2018, that's actually a really interesting comparison. I don't think it's fair to compare to anything during 2020 or 2021. That was pandemic. It's, you know, that's just such a weird time. But if you go back to 2019, 2018, I think you're absolutely right. And it's a piece of work that I keep meaning to do, which is go to Cage Match, jot down all the scores for the shows. Granted, each show's probably only going to have 30 votes. But it's the best I've got, right? It's the best gauge I've got. I might be able to go back on 411 Mania or some, find one of those publications and see how they've scored all the shows historically. But the good thing about Cage Match is their data's going to go back a long way. That site's been around for a long time. And just get the average. I could sit here and go, well, do you know the average score in 2019 for SmackDown is 6.2. The average score so far this year is 5.9. So it is actually worse than 2019, but only by 0.3%. I could do that. Obviously, that data is only going to have limited appeal because there's only like 30 odd people that vote on Cage Match. So, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not the most robust data, but it's a starting point. You know, I always say this with Cage Match. You see a lot of people going off on Cage Match, and that's absolutely fine. Like, there's plenty on their scores that I don't agree with, but I think it's a starting point. I mean, it's a shame it doesn't get used more. If it had like thousands of votes, it would be fantastic, because then you're getting a real snapshot as to what people thought and felt at the time. But sadly, it doesn't. But there is no alternative. Do you know what I mean? It's not like there's a better site out there that gets more engagement. It's so, yeah, the Cage Match conversation, I understand it, but it would be good just as a guide, as a starting point, as a, hey, this is what we've looked at and these are the numbers, and it's kind of interesting. I keep meaning to do that because I would find that interesting. I think it would just be, I mean, maybe this year stands out like a sore thumb. What if we do that and like the average for 2018 SmackDown was 6.1, and then you look at this year and it's 4.5, and you go, blimey now. Do you know what I mean? Then you'd be like, wow. So yeah, I agree. I think if you benchmark it to the 2010s, might not be that bad actually, but I think people naturally compare it to where we were recently. Rational Gaze said 30 people who idolise the likes of Ian Rotten and Nick Gage and Super Dragon, a guy who appealed to 300 people in a barn. There's not enough opinion to take Cage Match seriously. Well, I agree, but I disagree as well, because I think that every time I look at Cage Match, I think that it's there or thereabouts. I don't ever really find myself. I think this conversation about people that like Nick Gage and all of that, I see that online and I push back on it because I'm only interested in WWE and I look at Cage Match. And so I think it's a bit stereotypical to just sort of think that everyone is just into hardcore deathmatch wrestling and they're the only people that use Cage Match. Cage Match gets referenced quite a lot by lots of different people. Granted, what you're not going to get is those kids and real casuals going to Cage Match. You're going to get people like you and me that have been watching for decades, that care about wrestling to the point where we even know Cage Match exists. But every time I go to it, if a show has been bad, the score will reflect that on Cage Match. But if the show has been decent, the score will reflect that as well. I've never felt that a show was like a 6 and then gone to Cage Match and it's a 1 or a 2. Granted, I'm normally a touch higher, but if I go to Cage Match, it'll be a 5, you know? So Cage Match might be a touch lower than where I am at times, but I've never found it to be wildly out of sync, you know? I would have enough confidence in it whereby, you know, for example, I think I gave Backlash 7.25. I think Backlash on Cage Match is like 6.8. So it's in the ballpark. It's good enough where I can go, yeah, I don't think that's unfair. And like, you know, when I was like really struggling with some shows that had Pat on, you know, the score on Cage Match reflected that. But equally, when we were saying that Raw was better, Cage Match reflected that as well. If it was that people on Cage Match hated WWE and all the scores were low, then I think we've got a conversation. But the fact that there are plenty of shows on there that are getting 8s, 7s and 8s, matches that are getting 9 out of 10 and all that kind of stuff, that says to me that actually there is enough of a WWE fan base there that just wants the shows to be good, where I think you can have a degree of confidence in the scores. which is why I reference it. If I was to go there and consistently feel like it was out of sync with me or out of sync with what I was seeing, yeah, I wouldn't even mention it. I wouldn't reference it. But I think there's something to it. It could be better. More people could use it to give us more accurate feedback. But there's been some good scores that have come out of it as well. There's been some decent scores for WWE, so I don't buy this argument that it's all just, WWE haters or deathmatch lovers. Shining Wizards said, cage match can be good for stats, but the rating's not meaningful. Well, again, I feel like I've said my piece on it. Rational Gaze said, millions of people watch SmackDown, so I would want to see at least 1 million votes. Yeah, but you're never going to get that, are you? You're never going to get that. That's kind of like, you're just never going to get that. I mean, it would be good to get thousands of votes. I think that's achievable. I think, it could move to a period where we actually get thousands of votes on Cage Match, but you're not going to get millions. There's not millions of people talking about wrestling online at this point. So, yeah. Give us Trick versus Mello, said Flame Fist. Yeah, I'd like to see that. That would be good tonight. Trick versus Mello would be fun. Million. Oh, we read this. SmackDown looks bad, said Poppy. Have we got an update if R-Truth is medically cleared tonight, says Fluffy. Well, only that they've announced the match and it's not been pulled, so unless it's going to start and then it's going to get pulled. But yeah, at the moment it seems like that's where we're going. We do have a new shirt for maybe a new name as well. Scream Mode. This was in today's Unseen. So, new shirt for these two, and maybe a new name as well. So, what's this say? Page made a stunning return. I had to find the odds, captured it, but with Scream Mode logo featuring stylized Page's anti-diva persona. This tee is perfect. Get ready to go Scream Modes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that that's the name, but it seems like they are loving it. So I don't hate that name, honestly. So we've got that. I did just see this. What's this? Okay, there we go. Those two just trying to figure out what they're going to be wearing tonight on the show. We're about half an hour away from SmackDown. And it should be okay. I don't think the preview looks terrible. Cody arrives to SmackDown. He's going to find out if Gunther's going to sign the contract. Of course, Gunther's going to sign the contract. Why would Gunther not? Wrestling Daze said, Daze, I got another idea for Raw and SmackDown exclusive pay-per-views. How about 2 night pay-per-views and each show gets a night? Well, I mean, I'm down for it, but I think the average fan might struggle because of the fact that you do hear a bit of criticism for 2-night SummerSlams, and some people aren't really into the idea of 2-night Royal Rumbles and stuff like that. I don't know why, but for me, I like 2 nights. I kind of like having a Saturday and a Sunday. But yeah, there are some others that aren't massively into it. I don't know how that would go for, if we did it for a Backlash or we did it for Clash in Italy. I suppose the feeling would be that we're struggling to fill the shows that we've got. And that there might be too many PLEs. So actually increasing to 2 nights is not going to be helping anything. It's just going to be making things worse. So I don't know. I think there is something to having a Raw PLE and then a SmackDown PLE. But I think the general consensus is they can't even get Raw and SmackDown booked properly. Have we got confidence that they're then going to book brand exclusive PLEs. And I could sort of understand where people would be coming from with that. But for me personally, I'd be totally down for 2 nights shows. I like the 2-night shows. I like them because I think that certainly for WrestleMania and SummerSlam, we were getting to a point where it was getting a bit crowded to get everything into one evening. I mean, WrestleMania 35 is just a flipping disaster. That thing's so long. Certainly when you add in the pre-show as well, that actually it's nice to have a bit of kind of breathing room and actually have a chance where the matches can breathe. And hopefully we can deliver some great matches. And also get rid of some of that waffle. That, you know, there was a lot of matches on pay-per-views back in the day that just really were glamorized Raw matches. They just absolutely could have took place on Raw. But I think they were just on the PLE just to fill out the cards. And I think there's a real change in mentality of like, well, how about we just have we dig into the matches, make them a bit longer, don't have as many, but just use that to fill out the cards. And I can sort of get with that as a theory. I do think there's an argument, though, that it should go to 6 matches rather than 5. And I certainly think at Backlash, where one of the 5 was a Danhausen comedy match, I think that you could make a real argument that we should have had a 6th match. Maybe took the time down for the Danhausen match. And actually, I can't remember what that event clocks in at, but I think you could have fitted in a 6th match if you took the Danhausen match time down a touch. Maybe took a little bit off some of the other matches, just a touch. You could have got a 6th match in if the event had gone a touch longer as well. I think that would have been better. But yeah, I don't know if you took it to 2 nights, how that would look. It's interesting, though. I would be willing to look at it, but I don't know that I could sit here and say it would work. King Yeti, shout out to you. I hope you're well, my friends. Shout out to you. We got, as we said, about half an hour to go. Corbin said there's apparently 1.2 billion WWE fans. I don't know where we're getting that number from. Raw on Netflix globally gets like 3 million views. So I don't know where 1.2 billion WWE fans are coming from. I think there might be 1.2 billion that have maybe watched WWE at some point in their life. But I don't think there's 1.2 regular viewers, because that certainly isn't showing in the ratings. Happy Friday days. How are you? Said Luke. I'm doing good, thank you. I hope you're doing well. The Danhausen segment was 11 minutes, said Shining Wizards, but that was the match with all the entrances and afterwards and all of that. I think you probably could have took, say, 3 minutes off it, something along those lines. Maybe took some other minutes from the other matches. That could have got you to about 6 minutes. Added another 5 minutes onto the show. That could have got you to about 11 minutes or so. So, you know, taking a little bit here, taking a little bit there, adding a bit more to the show. You're not dealing with big numbers, because I don't think you need, you know, half an hour. But, you know, can you find, say, I don't know, all in 20 odd minutes, maybe 15 to 20 minutes? Take a little bit here, take a little bit there, make the show a touch longer. And, you know, maybe squeeze a 6th match in. I think you could. Off the top of my head, I don't know how long Backlash went for. But that was a criticism that I thought was quite fair. People saying there was 4 matches and Danhausen. The other thing people were moaning about as well, which I also thought was fair, was the fact that 2 of the matches were on ESPN2, which meant that people are paying like $29.99 for the ESPN thing. I know not everyone does, but some do. And they got 3 matches. Don't forget, we got the John Cena announcement. You could have took some time off that. I don't think people would have minded if it had been axed or been delivered a different way. Well, no. Food for thought. Daze, how are you? And you ignored me. Oh, hello, Suzanne. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to you. Joseph said, this is why we need the house shows for matches like that, said Joseph. Bring back the clowns. 1.2 million fans. That can't be right, said Chris. WWE would be getting better ratings than the NFL. Yeah, I think there could be something in it where it's like 1.2 billion that have watched WWE at some point in their life. But, or, you know, could it be that over the last 5 years it's had 1.2 billion views globally? You know, or if you include the impressions that get made as well. I don't know. I'm sure, you know what it's like. They find ways of kind of bringing these numbers together, and 1.2 billion impressions or something like that, you know, across all the social media over the past 5 years or whatever. You know, I could believe there being something like that that's out there. But yeah, as we said, I mean, globally, we see the numbers for Raw on Netflix, and, you know, Raw Netflix is in a lot of markets internationally, and that gets like 3 million views. Dave's favorite Steve Blackman match. Can you name one? Well, I could name matches, but I don't know that I can name great matches. I remember him and Shamrock, and I remember him and The Rock. But I can't say they're favorites. I can't say I have a favorite, actually. Steve Blackman was someone I was very excited by because that was in a time period where WWE was embracing MMA. And obviously we had Ken Shamrock coming in. We had Dan Severn coming over as well. And we were seeing this sort of acknowledgement of the rise of MMA. And I was quite excited about, you know, Karma, actually, one of the early examples where we tried to have the ultimate fighting machine, Karma, who would go on to be Godfather. And so, you know, that kind of like mid-90s to late 90s, you're starting to see that influence coming over. I really like Shamrock. I heard them say, and I think it was Cornette saying, that if Shamrock had really dedicated himself to WWE, he could have really got somewhere. But I think there was other opportunities that kind of came up for him that sort of sidetracked him. Steve Blackman was not that same caliber as Shamrock, but Blackman was someone that I was still excited by. I don't know why, but they always kind of got me when they had that sort of ultimate fighting machine, killer type moniker. So I was always interested. One of the earliest examples I can remember is Ludwig Borger. Ludwig Borger was like OG Brock Lesnar in my mind. Ludwig Borger was, you know, someone that came over that felt like was, I think he did go into MMA actually afterwards. So yeah, there was a lots that kind of came over, but I gotta say there was a chunk of them that didn't really transition that well. We're seeing obviously it kind of work better now. We've seen actually it's had a big influence on wrestling. There's a lot of arm bars and stuff that get used now. I think the knowledge of submissions has greatly changed and improved. You know, we don't really get the dropped arm thing so much anymore. And you get more arm bars and kind of rear naked chokes and things along those lines. More so than we used to. So I think there's been a big influence of MMA that's kind of come in since those days. But yeah, I'd struggle to kind of name great Blackman matches, because he was someone I was excited by and I enjoyed watching, but he's not someone that I think really made his mark. Shamrock for me was much bigger star, more impactful, more influential. Dan Severn could have been great as well, though, couldn't he? Bishop said, besides paying attention to news and rumours and knowing that it's scripted, what's the biggest difference in watching as a kid or as an adult? Well, I think, like, it depends what period. I think, like, kayfabe is obviously massively different, because when I very first started watching, I believed that this was real. And as you said, knowing now that it's predetermined, I mean, that was the biggest change. Then, of course, starting to find out about what things going on behind the scenes means that you start to look at the business more. And once you know that it's predetermined and you know that someone is choosing to do this, that changes everything. That's the biggest change. And then the question becomes, why have they chosen to do that? Before, when you're just watching, you are just rooting for your favourites, believing that they're the ones in control. And if they don't win, you're gutted because you wanted them to win. And you're rooting for them and hoping they get the win. And if they don't, right, how can we get them back to the title? Are they going to challenge for the title? Blah, 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 right? In regards to once you find out it's scripted, that stops. And now it becomes, why are we doing this? And is it right that we're doing this? And what was the alternative to doing this? And it just completely changes how you watch wrestling. There is nothing that affects wrestling more than that. That is the biggest thing. Both of those, news and rumors, go hand in hand with knowing that it's predetermined. Because the news and the rumors kind of tell you where we're going, what the rumored matches are, and all of that. And so it kind of works hand in hand with knowing that it's predetermined, of course. Other than that, I mean, I would say a big change from when I was a kid is the fact that we used to have big gimmicks, and we don't have them now. So, you know, we had Undertaker, Papa Shango, you know, we had, you know, Duke the Dumpster Droese, we had Kamala, right? We had Mr. Perfect, who, you know, always did everything perfect. And so you had all these gimmicks. You didn't really have Johnny Gargano, Sami Zayn. You know, you didn't necessarily have loads of guys that were just... You had some, of course. But you didn't have loads of guys, a whole roster of people just operating under their name. Bianca Belair, Tiffany Stratton. You know, it was a lot more kind of gimmick-driven. You know, IRS. The $1 Million Man, right? Brutus the Barber Beefcake with his shears. Yeah? Doink the Clown. It was more that, really. So I think that's a change. I wouldn't say it's the biggest change. The biggest change is obviously when you find out it's predetermined. But that's obviously a change from where we were. The other change as well is access. I mean, now, for me, everything's on Netflix. When I was a kid, you had to buy pay-per-views that were X amount of money to purchase them individually. Or you needed Sky Sports in order to watch Raws and all of that, right? I didn't have either. We weren't rich. We didn't have any money, like, for that stuff. We had a roof over our head and food, and I had, you know, school clothes and all of that, books, pens, I had the essentials, but we did not have enough money to be buying wrestling pay-per-views every month or anything like that. So yeah, it was a situation. I think that's different now. If you $9.99 in the UK, Raw, NXT, SmackDown, pay-per-views, a lot of the back catalogue, all there to watch on Netflix. I mean, amazing. We could have afforded that when I was a kid. Like, it is crazy how a lot of stuff is getting more expensive. But actually, if you look at wrestling, it's gotten cheaper for me. I mean, maybe not in America where you need all these different subscriptions, but certainly for me, it's gone from being, I don't know how much it was, £20, $14.99 for a pay-per-view. And then, of course, you needed to be subscribed to Sky Sports each month. It's gone from that in the 90s to now, I don't even know what it is, $12.99 a month for Netflix. And you got everything. So, you know, it's hard to argue with that. That's a big change. Access, YouTube highlights, social media, people talking online, all of that's different. Phone in your pocket where you can watch wrestling anytime you want or talk about wrestling anytime you want. Pretty much everything, actually. What's different about wrestling since you... Everything. Pretty much everything. Pretty much everything. It was I gotta say, it's not better. I think if you weigh up the pros and the cons, I don't think it's better. I think it was better back when I was young. But that could be nostalgia speaking, you know? That could just be nostalgia. But, yeah, I love, like, growing up when I did. And, like, every time I got tapes, it just meant so much. And, you know, I couldn't afford the shows. But for Christmas, I'd ask for SummerSlam on video. And I'd ask for Survivor Series. And if I'd found a load of stuff at Car Boots and I was somewhat missing, I'd ask for it and I'd get it for Christmas. And so, you know, I was able to get all the WrestleManias, all the SummerSlams, all the Survivor Series. I didn't really know what Coliseum videos had been out. There was no checklist available. So I didn't know what there'd been. So I couldn't really ask for it. But I knew if I had SummerSlam 88, SummerSlam 90, I knew there was an 89 that was missing. So I could ask for that, you know? But, like, I didn't know there'd been... I don't know. I didn't know they'd done Hulk Hogan's Greatest Hits as a video. I mean, I just didn't know. So, yeah, this is why it's quite good, actually, on the Vault to have a look at them uploading those Coliseum home videos. Because there's actually quite a few even now that I didn't know existed. I didn't know they'd made. So it's kind of good to go on there and have a look at some of those. But there's lots of those that I've not seen, so... Or at least I don't think I've seen. There's a lot that I don't think made it onto the network. Network only had about 80 Coliseum home videos. And back in the day, that was kind of like, you know, every once in a while they'd do Hulk Hogan's Greatest Hits, or they'd do WrestleFest, or they'd do WWF bloopers. You know, they'd put out these videos of just matches that had a theme. Might be all Bruno Sammartino, or it could be, I don't know, one to do with animals. Wrestlers that all have animals or something. But they made loads and loads and loads. There was a guy actually on Facebook that was selling Blu-ray discs of every Coliseum home video that had been transferred to Blu-ray. And there was 7 volumes, loads of Blu-ray discs, all of them. It was like £400, and obviously illegal. But I was tempted, because I was like, it would be good to have all of those. It would be good to have them. And I might even be able to, like, use stills from them in videos or something. So I was really tempted, but I just didn't really have, like, any videos I was going to use them for. And I was like, I don't know, £400, that's a lot of money. I didn't do it in the end. And actually, maybe that was for the best, because it looks like they're slowly uploading them all to WWE Vault. So if you've not seen that, check it out. You can go back and relive some of those Coliseum home videos. Jono said back in the 90s and the early 2000s, it wasn't cheap watching wrestling. Sky Sports and Sky Box Office cost a arm and a leg. That would be the big positive now. I think if there is a big pro about now compared to back in the day, that would be it. It would be access. It would be the fact that I can watch everything on Netflix or YouTube, and it doesn't cost an arm and a leg. That's the only thing I think that gives me pause for thought when I think about, is it better now or is it better back then? I think I can live without news and rumors. I don't need it, right? I could easily live without it. The only reason we talk about it is because we obviously do these 2 hours before the shows, and people are like, oh, did you hear this? Did you hear that? So I like to keep up with what's being said. But to be honest, if we were in a different time period where that stuff wasn't out there, great. You know, I think it's great to not know quite where you're going. But it's unavoidable. For someone like me that is doing this, it's unavoidable. There's people asking you all the time, "How did you hear this rumor? What do you think about this? What do you think about that?" It is unavoidable. So that's why I embrace it and do Unseen, because it is unavoidable for me. But yeah, without it, great, no problems. And I think, like, social media, I mean, obviously we would lose this if we went back in the day, because this was not around, and I would really miss this now. But maybe if I went back in time and I didn't know about this, I just went back to being a kid that didn't know. I mean, I loved watching wrestling when I was a kid, so yeah, that would be fine. But it would suck if I went back in time knowing that we had this and now this has gone. That would suck. I could do without X. I could do without TikTok. I could do without Instagram. I could do without everything except YouTube. I don't need any of it, honestly. I could quite happily do without all of that. So yeah, I think it's access to the shows, and it's these streams. That's those are the positives from this era. But there was something so magical about back in the day when I was a kid. Something really magical about it. But again, that's probably nostalgia that's speaking, you know. Netforce said in the US it was like $25-40 a month for cable to watch the shows. Then maybe 50-60. Oh my God. And then an extra yeah, that's crazy. We weren't that level. I don't know how much it was, but it wasn't that level. I want to say that pay-per-views are like $14.99, $19.99 at the most. I don't even think they were $19.99. I think $14.99 was kind of ringing a bell. So, yeah, but you've always had higher pay-per-view numbers than us. Like, cost. I don't know why. They just seem to believe that you lot will pay it, whereas over here it's... I think part of it is because a lot of the shows are in the middle of the night over here. I think that's been a saving grace for us. Is, you know, a lot of these shows start at like 12 or 1 in the morning. And if you want to watch it, you got to, you know, you ain't flicking through the channels going, shall we? You're probably in bed. So that way they don't go crazy with the pricing, or as crazy. Same with UFC. They never charged us as much as what... They never charged us really that much. A lot of the times, the UFC shows were just on BT Sport. As long as you had the subscription, you could watch the monthly pay-per-view. It was only if it was in the UK or there was a big UK fighter or Connor or someone, that's where they would charge you. So, yeah, we've been very fortunate with that stuff, and we continue to be fortunate with that stuff. That will probably end at some point, though. But, yeah, that sucks. That's definitely a black mark against... back in the day. Tyler said, for the first time in a few weeks, I've not fell asleep before SmackDown. Let's see if I can stay awake during the full show. Well, fingers crossed, my friends. Hopefully you can. Hopefully we're going to be treated to something entertaining tonight. I don't know where people are with the product at the moment. I know that there's been quite a few people that decided to take a little break after WrestleMania. I think Backlash was pretty well received. Hopefully some of those people have kind of, you know, decided to come back now. I mean, none of us want to see WWE suffer. None of us want to see WWE declining. But equally, I'm not going to sit here and, you know, tell people they're wrong for wanting to take a little break or step away. Because I think the general consensus has been that, yes, this has been a bit of a grind at times. And it shouldn't feel that way, should it? You know, we're all here to be entertained. So, I mean, it certainly shouldn't be feeling like a grind to get through. So, we had a decent Backlash. And I think Raw was okay. Yeah, I'm kind of going into this with a bit of optimism. Right. On top of that as well, if you wanted to watch WCW and ECW, said Netforce, then it was even more expensive. Marshman said, you have to start doing chores after Christmas. Mom and Dad would get WrestleMania and then would charge your friends $10 each and have a party. I never did that. I never charged. To be honest, I didn't have loads of friends coming around to watch it. There was a couple of kids that lived near me that were into wrestling. I think they came over a few times to watch it. Another mate I had as well, but I didn't have like a gang of us or anything. There was just, so I wouldn't have made much money if I took that approach. So no, there was no charging going on around my house. I remember that we'd mow lawns, said Glockness, in the summer, shovel snow in the winter, put the money together so that our parents would order a WWE pay-per-view. That's nice. That's good. I got respect for that. You see, I must admit, I was out playing football a lot, so my brain wasn't, oh, I'll go and do the neighbour's garden. I think I had a pretty sweet system, actually. I mean, I was getting the shows thanks to my uncle. So I think I had a pretty sweet system in place. But I got respect for those of you that were, you know, putting that work in. Good times. Good times. Perhaps part of it as well is that because we don't have that same, I don't have to work the same way to watch shows, perhaps it doesn't make the shows feel as special. Perhaps there's something to that. Perhaps there is like a degree of us just taking this for granted because it comes so easy to us, you know. Perhaps there's a little something in that as well, which I've never really thought about. Okay, we are going over to SmackDown. Let's go. Let's see what they have got in store for us. Then, now, together forever. Okay. Okay. Is WWE in London in May or April? Zilla has announced that he would be there. I just wanted to know if the two are connected. Two are not going to be connected, no. I can answer that for you now. The two are not going to be connected. Here is SmackDown. We are in Colombia. There's Cody. Cody arriving. He's got the contract binder in his hand, but it needs Gunther's signature. There's R-Truth. R-Truth's looking all right. Oh. Oh. Well, he's looking all right, but he's not medically cleared, so it is going to be a singles match. But he is there, and he was meeting fans. Charlotte and Alexa taking on Michin and B-Fab. There's Trick. It's a nice shot. That's a pretty sick shot, isn't it, of the camera panning around the United States champion, Trick Williams. Look at that. That's great. I bet that meant a lot to him to do that, actually. That's a great shot. Okay, they're just showing us Backlash. I think we saw this video on Monday. Metal Mama, hello. Hope you're doing well. We truly didn't know what we had with the network, said Bishop. That was great, wasn't it? That was great. Okay, so the little shot we had there of Trick Williams in South Carolina on the field's empty stadium, arms outstretched, looking really good. ALW let them in on September 12th. So are they wrestling on that show, or... Don't know if they're wrestling on the show or if they're just going to be appearing. Not sure. Okay, is this starting with Trick? We just had the... Yeah, I think it is. The, that Trick. What? That Trick. Wow, yeah. Loud. We're starting with Trick. This is obviously going to be a very pro-Trick crowds. And out is coming people. Little Yachty is here again. He's really not going anywhere, is he, Little Yachty? Okay, and he's coming down with the South Carolina Buds. This is loud chants, man. This is Trick Williams' country. Cocky. Colombia's very own Trick Williams, then. Apparently he's come down with cocky. I mean, it's not what I would call Little Yachty, but, you know, I think it fits. He's not the same man that he was. He's better, says Joe. Whoop that Trick. Whoop that Trick. Whoop that Trick. Okay, Trick Williams has made his way down. Cut the music, says Trick. Cut the music. Cocky's out there. I feel like every stream I do, there's something cocky going on. For all you wet fans out there on Thursday. Okay, Trick Williams then says he's representing all these places. Connected to Colombia. David said, this is Horseman country. Surely Ric Flair gets a title shot now. Book it. Flipping book it. Yeah, Kiki's getting a mention. Chicken wings so good, you gotta eat them while standing. Is that a sign of quality, is it? Eating while standing? Oh, is that the origin story of the lemon pepper steppers? So he dipped his chicken into a sauce, it dripped down, dripped on his shoes, and he went, to be honest, I'd just look down and go, oh, Jesus Christ. How have I done that? He looked down and went, from this day forwards, my shoes will now be known as lemon pepper steppers. Me and Trick are very different people. I would be annoyed, agitated. Okay, is that his folks? I don't think there'll be anyone in the cocky costume, will there? Because we've done that. We're not going to do it again, are we? Look at the star you've created. Okay, here comes the Miz. Coming out with Kit Wilson. I wasn't expecting this interruption. But the Miz coming out. It's a homecoming. Cocky's out here. Miz is ready to wrestle. Is this WWE or Sesame Street, says The Miz? Is Big Bird coming out? And there's a cheer there for Little Yachty. I am not cursed, said The Miz. I wouldn't be surprised if Big Bird did come out at this point, said Alex. Whoop that trick is the chant. We got some Danhausen signs in the crowd, you know. Sammy likes fish sticks sign in the crowds. Wow. We're starting the show with slam poetry. Kit Wilson's going to do some slam poetry. Now this is wrestling right here. Okay. I'm going to lyrically mess you up. This town. Okay. Okay. They probably are loved. They probably are united by their love of cocks. I would love it if the crowd started chanting, "We love cocks." What that trick is what they're chanting. We love cocks. We love cocks. No one had better clip that, by the way. Yeah? Why do I have to listen to Little Yachty doing something? Okay, so he says that Miz has got little balls. David said, "Little Yachty, go away, strike an iceberg like Titanic." Well, that has prompted tiny balls chants. Do you know what? I don't know why people struggle with pro wrestling so much. So what that we've got an animal out there called Cocky running around the outside of the ring whilst the fans chant tiny balls. There is no curse. I'm not bringing tiny balls back. Yes, we've got Cocky running around the ringside area. Yeah. Get a referee out here right now. I'm going to beat your ass in front of your a bit of a backhand slap there by Trick, but it didn't look very good. Kit Wilson goes to the outside. Okay, Trick clears house. And I'm thinking we are going to get this match. One thing we have learnt is just how amazing Trick is over in his hometown, which is no surprise. Coming up next, Trick Williams versus The Miz. Loud whoop that Trick chants. There we go, as we go to commercial break. So, I don't know. Let's score it, shall we? See what people think. Segment score. What did you think? How much did it grab you? How much did the comedy land? Let's get some thoughts. Trick just punched the lights out of that pocket of air. That should be the main event, said Beast Modes. Will we get Roman tonight? I don't think so. I think the whole Roman Jacob thing is more on a Monday. Days, if it ends up being NXT wrestlers against main roster wrestlers, which NXT wrestlers would we have? I would choose like Kendall Gray or Jackson Drake, Noam Dar, Zarya, Tony D'Angelo, Tatum, says Rapturous. Yeah. I mean, Kendall Gray is someone I'm very excited by, so I definitely want to see her. Zarya, I feel like, is pretty close towards the top end, as is Lola. So you might want to have one of them featured. Tatum is very good as well, though. So I don't know how many women's matches. I don't know how many matches there would be. In my mind, I'm thinking 5. I don't think there'd be loads. You're going to need 2 women's matches at least. So you might go women's champ, NXT women's champ, which at the moment is Lola. And then, yeah, I'm sorry, I'd want Kendall. I would want Kendall. Tatum would be my third choice if I had to choose a third. Then I'd want to see Mason Rook. I think there's a real excitement around him. And of course, Naraku has just come in, Evil. I think there's lots of great matches you could do with him against some main roster stars. So Mason Rook, Naraku, and then you probably got to go NXT champ, haven't you? You probably got the women's champ and you'd want the men's champ. So at the moment, that would be Tony D'Angelo. Again, there'd be some good matches there. But I can totally understand like the Jackson Drake argument, or, you know, someone might be looking for a Keanu Carver, or there's some good talent around in NXT. But yeah, I'd like Mason Rook to be in the conversation. But yeah, I don't know. We don't know how long the event's going to go for, when it's going to happen. Don't know any details. Detail schmetail. We don't need details where we're going. Myra Lockwood's. Everyone else is boring, said William. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. Mason Rook. Cena again singing his praises today. Says, got asked the question, who under the age of 30 is exciting you? And he mentioned him, so I think because of his indie experience, he's going to come in quite high up, you know. I don't think he's someone that's starting at the bottom, going to have to, you know. I think he's a player already, even though he's only been in a couple of weeks. Same with Evil because of his experience. So yeah, I'm kind of into what we're doing in NXT at the moment. Wow, we're still whooping that Trick. Do you know that Evil's name means abyss or hell? Not evil anymore, but it's gotten even more evil, said Charlie. Okay, here we go. We're locking up with Trick versus Miz. Trick versus Miz. Miz goes down. Against the ropes goes The Miz. Little Yachty is at ringside. Kit Wilson on the outside as Miz in control against Trick. Daze, how are you? Hello, Liam. Shout out to you. I've had a lot going on in my personal life. I've had a few deaths in the family. I'm sorry to hear that, but not been in a good headspace. Oh, well, understandable. Understandable, Liam. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, my friends. I'm doing all right, thank you. Yeah, sorry to hear that news. It's been a while since I suffered such a loss, but I have suffered losses in the family, so I can certainly relate. But yeah, thoughts with you, buds. Right now we're just enjoying SmackDown, and we've got the graphic on screen. Damian versus Tama coming up tonight. We got Trick over against the ropes. Miz going over the other side. And kick coming into the back of the head there of Trick. This is a really good episode so far for Trick, of course. Opening the show. Getting an absolute hero's welcome. Absolute hero's welcome. Fans are going bananas for Trick Williams. Stomps coming in there by The Miz. As the fans are chanting tiny balls. Miz going for a big boot. Trick Williams up. Nice. Net breaker there by Trick. Net breaker by Trick. Trick coming over. Shot coming in. Some right hands there by Trick. Seemed to completely miss with that back slap again. You could hear the slap though, so I don't know if he kind of slapped his leg as he did it. I wasn't looking, but it didn't look like it landed. Just like the one earlier. Miz lands on his feet. Brony said Trick and Miz in a match together is just a recipe for disaster. That was facts from Miz with the mascot line. We just got through that gingerbread BS. And then the very next week, we've got Trick to the ring with another mascot. Followed by Miz and Kit. Come on, man. Says Wrestle Rants. Struggling a bit with that open. And it seems like, I don't know. It seems like people have gone, yeah, fine. I think that's the general consensus for the open. Kit Wilson with a back elbow there. So Trick Willie goes down. Little Yachty comes round. Okay, how many votes we have? We've had a couple of hundred, so I don't think it's going to change drastically. 49. Ooh. Actually, not as good as I thought. Good 79 is what you lot scored that. Good 79. I think the energy of it was good with the fans behind Trick. I think that was good. The mascot stayed out the way, so, you know, and it's the local mascot, so, okay. I didn't need Little Yachty, to be honest. I think I'm more interested to hearing Trick firing back than Little Yachty respond. Right now we're at ooh! Tell you what, The Miz. Trick is chopping away there in front of his mom and dad. The Miz just went for a chop as Trick moved, and I swear it just went like that to his mom. She didn't flinch. She did not flinch, but that miss by The Miz. Can't have been that far. Imagine if he'd have just backhanded Trick's mom. Oh my God. Oh. Wonderful. That might have gone very high on my all-time botch list. Do you remember that time where The Miz tried to chop Trick? He moved and he ended up slapping Trick's mom. That would go. Top entry on this week's chart. But it didn't happen, unfortunately. Right now, Miz standing over Trick. Miz in control. I thought I would pop on and watch and chat away. It cheers me up, said Liam. I'm going to relax and watch a bit of wrestling. Yeah, Liam, shout out to you, buds. Wrestling's good for that, isn't it? It's a good distraction. Miz is in control. We've still got tiny balls being chanted. There's still a Danhausen sign in the crowd. There's a guy, I don't know his age, but he's got to be like 50s, going 60s, front row. And he's like, tiny balls, tiny balls. Wrestling really is for all ages. Tiny balls, tiny balls, tiny balls. Little Yachty on the outside, Miz, Trick in the ring. We're coming back from commercial break, both are down. It's really annoying because Ring of Honor have got a show on right now, and on my feed there's people talking about that as well as SmackDown. Means I have to keep skipping through some Ring of Honor nonsense. Shot there by Trick. Shot coming back there by The Miz. Crowd, one thing you can say, though, is the crowd are really into this. They're right there making noises. Miz goes back against the ropes. There's a big shot there by The Miz. I tell you, the shots by Trick, they seem to miss by a distance. The kick there by Trick wasn't great. If at first you don't succeed, you go for it again. Slams The Miz down. The energy from the crowd is making this match better. It's a bit sloppy in places. Some of these shots don't look very good. But none of it really matters, to be honest, because the crowd are so into it. Trick picking up, driving down Miz. 1, 2, Miz, shoulder up. I know you don't watch TNA, but have you any thoughts on Fabian, said Alex. Only that I think it's good for him. I mean, he was in Imperium. You know, he's a solid worker. I mean, if you look at someone like Ludwig, who I think a lot of people were struggling to sort of connect with, you know, what's Ludwig going to do away from Gunther? Well, Ludwig's, you know, stumbled on this El Grande thing, and it's been fantastic for him. I mean, he's so over in AAA. I know it's not over as much in WWE, but it's massively over in AAA. 1, 2, shoulder up. I feel like Fabian might be able to find some, not like that, but something that, you know, can get him some momentum. He was trying, wasn't he, to be Giovanni Vinci, this kind of suave guy in NXT. Did that for a little while. Yeah, I'm pleased. I think he's a good worker. There is something missing there, of course, and he's not like, you know, Mr. Charisma. But give him some regular TV time. Give him some feud to get his teeth into. Let's see what he can cook up. I don't think it's a bad pickup by TNA. Miz coming in. Ducked there by Trick. Trick rolling up Miz. Half an hour on Trick in the open. Miz goes down. Kip up by Trick. He did land it. Fans are still right there with him. Trick over against the ropes as Kit tries to grab at the legs. Miz coming in. Rolling up. 1, 2. No joy. Looking for a skull crushing. Gets it. Turns him over. 1, 2. Trick kicks out. Trick kicks out. Yeah, louds. Kit Wilson on the edge of the ring, trying to distract as The Miz looks to go under the ring. Miz is trying to... Oh, what's he grabbed? He's grabbed a kendo. Miz with a kendo. Little Yachty is making his way down. I mean, not at any kind of speed. He grabs the kendo. Little Yachty couldn't have got around there any slower if he tried. Kit Wilson takes some kendo shots and thrown into the commentary table. That's going to set up the trick shot against the ropes. Bang. 1, 2, 3. And it's the right result. Of course it is. And this place goes absolutely bananas. This is Trick Country. There's his parents celebrating away. Oh, mate. Look at that reaction. Let it rain in Colombia. So good. Okay, I'm pleased that... I think the fans really make that. You do that match in a different place with a less engaged crowd and might struggle in a few places, but the energy was there all throughout. The fans were totally engaged. It's always good when you have a homecoming. And that is... that's exactly what we've observed. Okay, get your thoughts in for that match then. What did you think about the match? Little Yachty's still throwing money around. We're backstage with Mello. Okay, Mello versus Ricky Saints is pretty good. I've been watching, says Mello. We want Mello, we want Mello. Mello wants that United States Championship. Here's Ricky. I'm the freaking landlords. You need an absolute lesson, says Ricky. Yeah, this could cook, mate, honestly. We know how good Mello is. Okay. Phoenix. Sammy. Booze. Booze for Sammy. I think it was a wake-up call. He wants a rematch for the US Championship. You've got to earn a title shot. Okay, he doesn't love that. The Ride and Die fans, they don't forget. Yeah, give him a rematch, you cowards. Clearly you're dealing with some stuff. All I'm getting from you is entitled. Tranquilo. Okay, Phoenix is trying to get Sammy to be a bit tranquilo. I don't even recognize you, says Ray. Ray walks away. Oh, Sammy's in a bad place, isn't he? Okay. I don't know how good Sammy is. I've not seen a good match from him in a while, says Mayor Pete. Daze doesn't forget, says Corey. He needs to take a break, said WWE Times. Please give us a Ray Phoenix match, said Tyler. Why is everyone hating on Sammy? Did we forget how he was in the bloodline, said Eric. Name is Josh, said my ex-girlfriend looks like Paige, says name is Josh. Really? Wow. You did very well. Congrats. Congrats. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Word Live Cena fan, hello. Daze, if Cody loses to Gunther, what happens to Randy Cody for Randy's 15th? Or Cody Punk, which was teased on Raw after Mania? Also, any word on Blake's SmackDown debut? Apparently, Blake appeared before SmackDown tonight, so she has been in front of the crowd tonight. I don't know if she had a match or if she just came walking out, but she was on the show earlier tonight. If Cody loses the title to Gunther, Randy Cody can still happen. It doesn't need to be for the belt. I mean, we could still have... it feels like that feud has turned into a very personal feud. I think that it was Randy trying to get the championship, but that punt kick after, I mean, that was not about championships. That was, you know, the match was done. The match was over. Randy had lost. And you saw the damage that he inflicted on Cody. Like, this thing is moving forward and evolving. For me, I think you can easily tell a story between them without the championship. Whether they do that or not, I'm not sure. But it'd be a good way of getting Cody away from Gunther. Because I think Gunther, if he does win, needs to, you know, not be caught in a never-ending feud with Cody. I think it would be good to put the belt on Gunther, have Gunther go on and compete against some other people. And obviously there's been chatter about moving Cody out of the title picture. And I think you can do that by continuing the Randy feuds. And I think it made it very clear that that punt kick after the match at WrestleMania was, you know, Randy saying we're not done. And we haven't seen Randy since. So, yeah, I think that would continue, but just not be for the title. Cody versus Punk. I think that would likely be for the title. I don't think they would... There's not really any personal issue there. The only thing you could do on that is if it was a I'm better than you type situation, or if by that point Cody has turned. Because they have teased him with Heyman, so you could have Cody turn... That then obviously makes a very interesting dynamic heel Cody, babyface CM Punk. So, but that feels well off into the future, doesn't it? I'm not really too focused on that because I think the Randy thing is first. So yeah, I think Gunther's got a good chance of getting that belt in Italy. I think he's got a really good chance. I just think that with all the work you've done with him, why would you throw that away now? He's on a bit of a run, bit of an undefeated streak. He's retired Goldberg. He's retired Cena. He won the tournament to get that Cena match and retired Cena. Followed that up by beating AJ. Got a win over Dragon Lee. Went into WrestleMania, beat Seth. Now here he is, stepping up to the WWE champion. Like, I think for him to fall short now would feel a bit of a shame to me. But yeah, it's an interesting one to... get your teeth into. I'm saying they should spend the rest of the hot potato in the title and just shake things up, said Shining Wizards. The PLE should have been at the Coliseum, said Pushing Up Daisies. Woof. Imagine that. Imagine that. Yeah, I mean, there is, I think I'm right in saying there is some sort of Coliseum type venue that's where they do actually do events. But I've never seen it. But I think it's like a mini replica or something. I don't know I'd have to have a look into that. But there could be a venue like that they could have run. Obviously, there's no events that go on at the actual Coliseum. Okay, we got Scream Mode shirt there for Brie. Scream Mode. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, we refuse to give these belts up so easily. Here are Irresistible Forces. Okay, so Nia and Lash want to get those titles. Ba-ba-ba. Let's go. Yes. Okay, Brie coming out, Paige coming out. Dun, 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 dun. Triple H just tweeted, the entire building was rocking. What a homecoming for the US champ. Hashtag whoop that trick. Brie Bella and Paige making their way down then. We've had another couple of 100 votes. That's good enough for me. Let's end this poll. Okay, so our opening match, Trick versus Miz. You lot said was goods. But how goods? You said it's good 90. Good 90. Okay, I think that's fair. I think the crowds really contribute to that match. Here's Julia. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, Julia and Kiana. Really want to see more from Julia. It's not her fault. She's just being put in these matches that I don't think really show her off the best. Julia and Kiana. I mean, I don't know where that idea really came from, to be honest. It's not something that we were like thinking about when they were both in NXT. But I suppose you just got to find a way of using the talent you've got. Okay. Paige shouldn't have come back, said WWE Times. Her song sucks. She is really in an effing tag team now, said Alex. Yeah, I don't know how long they're going to keep them this way. I mean, she should just be off doing solo stuff, shouldn't she? I know that Charlotte has been speaking really highly about... Oh, shot coming in. I know that Charlotte's been very high on Kiana. I like Kiana. But seems like it's the women's tag division for her as well at the moment. Bulldog there by Brie. Do you know, the more these two wrestle, the better they're going to be actually together, Paige and Brie. I mean, I think we can understand there being very little chemistry. Paige grabbing Kiana. Tag being made. Big boot coming in. Julia is in there with Paige. Paige on the feet. Big kick coming in there by Julia. Driving Paige back in the corner. Shots coming in there by Julia. Referee getting involved. As Julia comes in. Forearm shot there by Julia. Grabbing Paige. Nice suplex. Going for a cover. 2. No joy. Your crowd have absolutely died a death, man. If you... Oh, my God. If you compare the crowd right now to how they were for Trick and Miz and, you know, how crazy it all was, like, you could hear a flipping pin drop right now. Down goes Julia. Daze, is there any way I can be hidden behind a paywall, said William. Well, I think you should be. I think just hidden in general would be a good start. Right. NXT Buffalo. We've got Bayley. She's teaming with Kendall and Tatum against Zarya, Nikita, and Kalani. So, NXT live event going on right now. Grayson's there. I think Penta's there. Bayley's there. It's going on right now. Paige down on the outside. Kiana posing in the ring with Julia. Yeah, I've just got these images here coming in. This Ella J is at NXT Buffalo. So there's Tatum, Kendall, Bayley. They're in action. That's a looks good looking venue, that, isn't it? Looks pretty fun with this upper balcony as well. Looks a bit different. As well as that, there's this one from this Ella J that's in attendance. So there's Grayson. He's taking on Miles Bourne. That's going down as well. And I believe Penta's on this show. Okay, right now we've got Julia. She's got Paige in the ropes and she was pulling back. As Kiana comes in. Crowd have come to life a little bit more now. Making a bit more noise. Julia's not received any reaction since her call-up. She's not connecting with the crowds. She should go back to NXT, said Nightbird Beastman. I think it's the booking, isn't it? I think really they've just been trying to get her kind of on the show and involved. But we haven't really done anything in regards to who she is, what motivates her, or anything like that. We haven't really done any investment in the character. We haven't really given her much opportunity to kind of connect with the audience, apart from the kind of brief moments she gets in during a tag match. She's had a United States Championship a couple of times for whatever that's worth. I mean, there's not been much of a division to really defend against. So, Julia would be fine if we just sort of broke her out of this tag division. And she's a great singles wrestler. She was putting on great matches over in Japan. Some good stuff in NXT as well. But at the moment, this seems to be how we want to get the women used, or certain women used, by kind of really flooding this women's tag division. We've seen Charlexa, we've seen Lyra and Bayley, obviously the Bellas, Julia and Kiana, Lash Legend and Nia. Not long ago, we had Rio. They seem to be investing quite a bit of talent into the women's tag division. That was kind of nice by Kiana. I think she gave a little crotch chop in the direction of Brie as Julia's in. Shot coming in there by Paige. Blocks the shot there, Julia. Shot to the midsection. Oh, takes Paige down. I don't know if she was necessarily going for that. But she has managed to get Paige down. She's working on the arm right now. That was a weird-looking DX chop, said Iron Sentinel. It was kind of a bit quick, wasn't it? It was kind of like runs over, does it, and then quickly goes back to the action. So this is match number 2. We've got Scream Mode taking on Julia and Kiana. And the crowds are not losing their minds over this. Headbutt coming in there by Paige. Paige looking to go over into a powerbomb. Julia down. Paige in the corner. Kiana is like Samson. She lost her power without her handbag, said Shining Wizards. Was that the same with Samson? Tag being made by Julia. It's all on the booking when it comes to Julia. Every single aspect of creative is failing her, said Wrestle Rants. Missile dropkick there by Brie. Nightbird Beastman said it's great. She's a good wrestler, but it doesn't always matter. She's not getting any push to showcase, and the crowd is dead when she wrestles. It's not working with her. Everyone agrees with that. I think the only disagreement for me is that I look at the booking and the way she's being used. I really would love to see her in singles feuds where she can actually get her teeth into it and we can kind of dig into the character, do some vignettes. And I just think having her in this like tag division where, I don't know, like the fans just aren't really that bothered. There's a bit of noise now, bit of energy now, but a lot of this match, honestly, it feels like the crowd have just treated this like a bit of a bathroom break. Julia to the outsides. Move Julia over to Raw, said Joe. Let her do for her what Lexi did for Charlotte. Shot coming in. Bang, double knees. Julia picks up Brie. Drives her down. One. Oh, this looks a little sloppy now, doesn't it? Like, Paige makes the save, but one wasn't even counted. The ref hadn't even managed to, like, really count the one, and Paige, like, stumbled her way over. Paige charging in. They go to the outsides. Roll up by Brie. 1, 2. Kiana kicks out. That's a lovely super kick by Kiana. Now that's a bit of class. Knees up there by Brie. Tag being made. Right now we've got Paige in. Paige looking for the Rampage. Bank. Rampage connects. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Scream Modes. I think there's still a bit of chemistry to be worked out, which is, again, understandable. If you think about the fact that Brie and Paige are just not tag partners. But, you know, the more they work together, the more they kind of work things out, hopefully the better that... They'll probably get really good by the time they take the belts off them. That's when they'll probably be hitting their stride. So the Rampage. Getting the job done. Yeah, this is good. This is good. So we've actually just had a little dirty look between Julia and Kiana. That gives me hope that we could see a bit of a split there. Where are we going now? Oh, right. If you want Gunther's name on the contract, you'll have to get the signature yourself. So they're just talking now about Gunther, Cody. This is a story that I'm into. The Ring General. I'm easy to find, hard to beat. Okay, backstage we've got Cody with that SmackDown contracts. I was just looking in the background, but I couldn't see anything going on. I wonder why we've not put Julia against any of the other Japanese girls like Asuka or Io. That would have got a more of a fan reaction. VCLA, shout out to you. I'm not, I mean, I'll say what I've said before. I'm personally not in a big rush when it comes to Julia. I really like Julia, and I think if you like Julia as well, don't worry, right? She's going to be fine. I do think it's a big change, bigger than fans probably kind of think, to go from NXT to the main roster. I think what they've done is, as well, she doesn't speak English. I think she can speak a bit of English, and she's improving her English. But, yeah, to be traveling all over America, going from town to town and, you know, getting your schedule and rent a car and, you know, hotels and just, I mean, it's so different to NXT that I can really understand them kind of taking their time. Let's, you know, put you with Kiana. You girls can travel together. You know, Kiana can sort of, you know, help you out, explain anything you don't understand. I think, you know, it makes sense. If you think about when Io came in, she was in Damage Control, and really she had Bailey as a mentor, and she was with Dakota, and, you know, they went around for a while. We didn't really get going with Io in singles matches and being the Io that we know now straight out of the gates. And I think there's something to it, right? I'm actually not down on it. I just think that it's obviously not showcasing Julia the best, just like how Io being in Damage Control was not the best way of showcasing Io, but I get why we would do it. I still wish that we were using her better in stories, though. I get putting her with Kiana, and I understand kind of, you know, why we're not going and putting on these amazing singles matches. But if you're going to put her in a tag team, that tag team should be sick. And they should be around the belts. And, you know what I mean? Like, it's fine to not have her at a world title. It's fine to not even have given her a mid-card belt. I could have been fine with her not being a mid-card belt, because she's like a 2-time United States champ. And what does it matter? Neither of her runs meant anything. Just looks good on the accomplishments page. That's it. I still don't think she's had that great United States women's run where she's been defending it on a regular basis against great names. You know, I just don't think it wasn't worth it. I don't know what it's achieved. So I think that for me, there are definitely things to criticize creative for when it comes to the way they've used Julia and not using her better. But I can sort of understand them wanting her to be with someone like Kiana as she kind of gets used to, you know, being on the roster. And certainly if English isn't your first language as well, I think that is a real barrier. Some people can adapt to it quite quickly and deal with it. Some people it takes a little bit more time. There's not really like a one-size-fits-all type rule, you know? So, but as I said at the start, she's going to be fine. She's a great talent. She's a great wrestler. She's a great performer. I really am not worried about the long-term prospects for Julia. Get your thoughts in. We've only had 139 votes. We need to be pushing over 200 votes. That's where we want to be. That's where we've been for the other ones. Don't go dipping down. There was a sign in the crowd that says Kendall is the future. We've got some Kendall Gray fans. I wonder if we've got any Tiffany fans, because she's being shown backstage right now. Here's Tiffany. Oh, okay. Julia, Kiana arguing. Tiffany said she's just fine on her own. Here's Chelsea. Here's Chelsea. Second greatest. Okay, Tiffany walks away. I wondered why Chelsea was like... Yeah, it looked like she'd just come from a funeral. Here's Cody. Here's Cody. The tan lines have got me in a trance, said Iron Sentinel. I think it had us all in a trance. Iron Sentinel said, who is the hottest wrestler that you've met in your entire life? Maybe Demolition. I mean, I don't really have too many to choose from, to be honest. Honky Tonk Man? No, it's probably Natalia. I haven't really met too many wrestlers. I live in the UK. They don't come over that often. They come over a couple of times a year, and then it's not the easiest to meet them. Although you do occasionally get them popping up at Smith's. But I bumped into Natalia in a shop in Birmingham. I genuinely don't know if I've met any other female wrestlers. I met Demolition. I met Honky Tonk Man at a Comic Con. Met William Regal. I mean, I've kind of stood in front of John Cena and Daniel Bryan very briefly as they were leaving a hotel. That was random, actually. They were staying in a hotel in the centre of Birmingham, and I was up early on a Sunday to go to somewhere because I live quite close to the town, the city centre. And as I was there, all these people were outside, and like literally the wrestlers were just coming out. Their bus was there. So this is like, when was this? I want to say this was like 2010. So that's about 16 years ago now. But like Daniel Bryan came out. John Cena was there, Randy was there, Dolph, just all came out this hotel in Birmingham. But a lot of them came out, went straight onto the coach. There was only a couple that kind of came over. And there was only one autograph I got, and that was Daniel Bryan's, which I don't even know where it is now, to be honest. Because I've moved house that many times. So that's a good question, that is, but unless... Oh, no, Kyrie. I have met Kyrie. I met her at an NXT thing after. That might be it, though. So, yeah, not loads to choose from. So I'll stick with Demolition. Okay, we've got Cody in the ring. He's setting up a table. He's grabbed some chairs. We're doing this contract signing, and we're doing it right. And we're doing it right now. Here we go. Cody in the ring then. Big cheer for Cody. Few chants for Cody as well. Cody. Cody. Yeah, there's support for Cody here. What do you want to talk about? Not a good score for that women's tag match. Good 76. Gunther. Okay, has Gunther not signed any contract? We've got a contract for Gunther. Dun. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, here's Gunther. Okay, Gunther's like, you found a way to make this all about yourself. Booze. When the attention's not on you, you cry, you complain. There's going to be a lot of people listening to Gunther going, yeah. This will be my title. Golden Boy. All right, Gunther's looking for some manners. From Cody. Sign in the crowd said Gunther ruined my life. This is the contract. It's in this ring. I would have gone the other way. I wouldn't have had Cody say please. We got Cody chants. See, and this is what happens. I know you said please, but you didn't really mean it. Please, Mr. Gunther. I don't even know who this is. Royce Keys. Why does that first noise that I hear sound like flipping the Godwins are coming out or Hillbilly Jim's on the way? Royce Keys said, if you won't sign it, I will. Well, there you go. Royce Keys is making his way down to the ring. That's surely going to bring Gunther down. I mean, I don't think it works that way. Surely the contract has got their names in it. It's not just who signs it. It's not like the cleaner can sign it and get a title match. Gunther. Get out of here. Gunther snatches that pen away. Royce Keys is trying to sign this thing. Legally, it makes no sense. But within the WWE world, if Royce Keys does, but why didn't he bring his own pen? If that's how it works, just bring your own pen. Okay. Well, this has backfired on Gunther. Wow. Okay, that's pretty fun. Gunther Keys winner gets Cody. Gunther Keys winner gets Cody. Why don't we just have loads of people absolutely pegging it down to the ring with pens? If it's just first person that signs it, gets it. I'm easy to find. Hard to beat, says Cody. Royce Keys stands up to Cody. Royce Keys ain't waiting around, is he? Royce Keys ain't waiting around. Okay, Esthausen, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it, buds. Cody Rhodes then in the ring. As we go backstage, we've got Solo, we got Tama, we got Tala. Do you understand the assignment? Oh, bit of drama. Yeah. Let's go talk to Royce. They're still desperate to bring Royce into this group, aren't they? Here's Shinsuke. Look at his lovely hair. Maybe it's Maybelline. I know you've decided. Oh, Tala attacking Shinsuke. Oh, Jesus. But he's got lovely new hair. Oh, it's a disgrace. That was pretty brutal, mate. Absolutely planted him through a table backstage. He's just done a good job of chucking him around for about 30 seconds. Okay, Saturday night's main event coming up next weekend. And we will be here for it. Looking forward to it. Sleazeboy said, Oba Femi versus a dozen Minihausens. Oba lifts his boot and squashes all of them with just one stomp. Book it. Next match is going to be Gingerbread Man, which Oba picks up and bites its head and eats the bucket. The fans would be cheering that. There'd be no mourning if Oba was to devour the Gingerbread Man. So, yeah. Sleazeboy, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well, my friends. We need a score, don't we, for that segment? That felt like it was segment scoring worthy. Segment score. What did you think about it? What did you think? I think the show's been okay. It's been watchable. I wish the in-ring was better. I feel like we probably say that on a regular basis, but I'm definitely here for Royce Keys versus Gunther. Definitely here for that match. Should be a lot of fun. I thought we were going to do a mascot death match when Trick came out. Thank goodness I was wrong, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Daze Julia speaks better English than Io, Asuka and Kairi. They just don't let us see it. I've seen her in interviews and she has got English-speaking parents, said Robbie. Well, I've seen an interview with her where she was talking of improving her English, so I don't know to what level that it's at, but I can't say that she's like completely fluent. But I can only judge by what I've seen in those kind of backstage moments. So I'm sure she's better than, I'm sure she's better than just not understanding or being able to speak it at all. But I don't know that she's at any sort of point where she can like comfortably be traveling around on her own. I think like to give her that support makes a lot of sense. I stand by what I've said before, which is I think that adjustment from NXT is a big adjustment. I think like just figuring out how the locker room works and the expectations and performing in front of crowds of this size and working the hard cam and just the nerves that go with all of that as well. I think it's a big step up. So I'm not worried about where Julia is at. I'm okay with her having the support that she has, and I think the future for her is absolutely fine. Yeah, just to sort of put a bow on that conversation we were having. I can't believe they're gonna go from Randy as champion to Gunther, said Eric. I think that's good. I don't mind Gunther as champion. I think Gunther would be a good champion. Lots of baby faces can go after Gunther. Lots of baby faces will get opportunity to try and get that belt, and it could be fun to have like a heel running for a while. Gunther's not someone that tends to use outside interference either to get wins. So if he has a win, I mean, would we book him? I hope we would, as like a legitimate champ that gets clean victories. That's what I'd be hoping for. Obviously, when we had a heel champion in Roman, we were getting a lot of outside shenanigans. So, yeah, I'm down for seeing what a Gunther run looks like. I mean, he did have Imperium around when he was Intercontinental Champion, but there was quite a few clean wins in that run as well. Okay, we've got a lot of shouting backstage here with Gunther and Nick Aldis. You overplayed your hand, so now you've got to earn your title shot. So they're just reiterating. Yeah, I'm not down on that. I mean, obviously we're still expecting Gunther to get the win. But Royce Keys against Gunther just as a match, as a spectacle. Great. Okay, Carmelo coming out. This will be good as well. He's going to be taking on Ricky Saints. This will be great as well, hopefully. Good to have Carmelo back. You can always have expectations of a decent match when he's making his way down to the ring. So Carmelo coming down as we sneak our way to the halfway point in the show. EST Housen, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it. Mayor Pete said, banger of a SmackDown. Didn't expect Royce Gunther, but this is going to be solid. MFTs will cause Royce Keys to lose. Robbie said, Aldis is in Cody's pocket and will do whatever is necessary to protect the golden boy. Nick Aldis is correct with what he just said ultimate superfan of Alexa Bliss. Ryo said, MFTs will all get jobbed out to Royce, so it's not going to matter, said Ryo. Okay, here comes Ricky. Please be the match that we've been waiting for. Carmelo versus Ricky. I don't know about you, but I'm really looking for a banger here. I'm really looking for a banger. So far, we've had 2 matches. We've had good 90 and we've had good 76. Okay, get your scores in, because I do need to end this poll soon, because we're going to need another poll for this match. What did you think about the Cody, Gunther, Royce Keys segment? Get your thoughts in. We're going to end the poll, and our attention's going to turn to this match. I just hope we get a clean finish. I just really don't think we need any shenanigans in this. Let's just do a clean finish. Okay, Bella sounded. We are underway. Carmelo versus Ricky. Ricky in control. Chop coming in there by Ricky. And again, big boot coming in there by Ricky as he unloads on Carmelo. Mello with Ricky. Ricky against the ropes. Over the other side. Leapfrog there by Carmelo. Lovely. Takes him down. Oh, nice reverb. We got a good pace straight out of the gate here. I like that by Carmelo. He was looking for an arm drag. Didn't quite get it. Looking for a drop kick. Didn't quite land it. Did get that one, though. Smile on the face of Carmelo as we've come out pretty hot. Carmelo with Ricky over in the corner. Chop coming in there by Carmelo, and the chop looked good. Another chop coming in. Ricky selling it as he goes down. Carmelo grabbing Ricky. Going over the other side into that top turnbuckle goes Ricky. He's going to go for another chop. Gestures to the crowd as the chop comes in. Right now, Ricky definitely feeling those chops as Carmelo. Looking to Irish whip him, but there's a big blow to the back there by Ricky. He's working on the arm. He's taking Carmelo over to the corner as Ricky is climbing up. Ricky going to walk that top rope. Carmelo got a real strut going on. I don't know why Carmelo doesn't... I don't feel like Carmelo is injured enough to have to tolerate that. I always feel like that move should come much later in the Ricky matches. Just makes it a bit more believable that Carmelo will be worn down a bit more. Chop coming in there by Ricky as Carmelo goes against the ropes. Carmelo over the other side keeps hold of the ropes as Ricky charges over. Through the ropes, kick coming in there by Carmelo. Springboard, lovely. Springboard, leg drop. Ricky to the outside then. Carmelo in the ring. Suicide dive over the top. Down goes Ricky. Yeah, I mean, already this match has really grabbed attention and is looking better to me. So we go to commercial break. Bob said Ricky should wrestle on main event where he belongs, and I don't mean Saturday night's main event. Put him in dark matches. This wannabe Poundland Rock, says Bob. Two great wrestlers, said WWE Times. That fadeaway leg drop is a much better name, said Pushing Up Daisies. Over on that top rope goes Carmelo. Steve said he probably does it early so he's not too winded. Easier to keep balance. I just don't like the psychology of it. It's just a bit silly watching someone stand there. I mean, obviously Undertaker used to do it old school, but I kind of feel like Undertaker's shots and strikes and, you know, by the time he was delivering it, you could sort of believe that the people were sort of feeling it. Leg drop coming in there by Ricky. Keeps going over to this kid in the crowd. I don't know if that's like a young fan that Ricky has got. Chop coming in there by Carmelo. Ooh, that's a big kick to Carmelo as Carmelo goes down. 2. Kick out. Daze, what banger. Ricky and Mella suck TNA worthy, said TJF. Well, I mean, we're only just in the match. I think that it's got off to a pretty good start. I wouldn't give it a banger category at this stage. But I would say it's better than the 2 matches we've had already. Shoulder up there by Carmelo. We should start putting some of these guys into tag teams since the tag division is dead, said Dr. Luchalala. Okay, right now we got Carmelo going over the other side. Back elbow there by Carmelo. Right now, looking for a suplex on Ricky. Ricky down as Carmelo goes for the cover. Kick out by Ricky. Carmelo grabbing Ricky. He's trying to get him over against the ropes. Going for a clothesline, duck underneath. Clothesline there by Ricky was nice as Melo goes down. 2. Kick out there by Carmelo. Carmelo's been so impressive. His open challenges were so good. Really miss those on these shows since those came to an end. This could have been one of those matches if he still had the belt. I think that would be a good way for them to have approached this match. I think that's exactly how Carmelo is approaching this match. Forearm shot coming in. Being exchanged back and forth as Ricky is going up. Shot coming in. He's looking for a superplex. He's going up again. Carmelo in the corner. No, reversed. Ricky goes down. Melo looking to climb up. Goes for a big frog splash. 1, 2. Yeah, I think he really did hurt himself there because he didn't really have the pin on and the referee didn't want to count it. But he couldn't, like, readjust himself. Look, yeah. I think that's winded, Carmelo. I think Carmelo's done himself a mischief. Right now, Melo. Back in the corner. Looking to deliver a double knees. Big shot coming in there by Ricky. Picks him up. Oh, Jesus! Oh, my God! Did he mean to do it? Why are we looking at pressure? Why are we going to some flipping? Show me a replay of that. I haven't even got the... Oh my God. I've got audio of this thing and no visual of it. So they just played a trailer, but they didn't actually show the trailer on Netflix. But so I have to listen to it. Oh, that sucks. That's a new development that sucks. Going to a trailer during a match as well. That also sucks. Just in general, it sucks. Flip. Oh, big boot coming in. Oh, no joy. Kick there. Against the ropes. Big boot. Mate, I want to see that driver. I don't know that he intended to do it, but it was flipping brutal. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be like, what's that movie trailer about? Ah, look at that. Look at Melo springing off the ropes. Colliding into Ricky. That was lovely. Ricky goes down. Melo backing into the corner. That's brought the fans in. Ricky up on his feet. Melo round the houses. Takedown. 1, 2. Kick out there by Ricky. Melo is so good. It just reminds you of what you've been missing with those open challenges for a period of time this year. That was the best thing on SmackDown. And so, you know, for him to have been away for a month. Melo trying to get back up to his feet. Grabbing Ricky. No joy. He was looking for a suplex. Shot to the midsection there by Ricky. And again. He's got him up inside. 1, 2. Oh. They were kind of doing that rolling around thing, which I'm not a fan of, but they didn't really do it properly. I see it well, not all the time, but I've seen Alexa and Liv do it where they just roll pins around the ring. I'm not a fan of that spot. Ricky screaming out as he tried to get the pin there. Okay, they're giving this thing a bit of time, aren't they? Which is good to see. I really want to have a look at that spot again, but I just don't know that I'll get away with looking at it, showing it on stream. I don't think I would. I'm tempted to sort of risk it during the breakdown, because that is such a rough landing. Right now we've got... Oof. Bang! Lovely. Double knees. 1, 2, Carmelo. Kick out by Ricky. Neither guy being able to put the other one away right now. Carmelo down. Yeah, that slip there by Ricky cost him. Carmelo over against the ropes. Like a really good finish. Carmelo climbing up. Perched up top, going up. No, Ricky moves. Ricky charges over. Goes off the rope. Oh, spikes him. 1, 2, Revolution. Didn't get it. Only ends up getting a 2. He spikes him good and proper. Not for the first time in this match. Ricky Saints looking to put Carmelo away. Carmelo trying to get him up on the shoulders, and he does. He pushes him away. Duck underneath. Gets Carmelo into the corner. Rolls him up. 1, 2. Tries to cheat with the ropes. Ref sees it. Ricky trying to use the ropes, but the referee saw. Don't get in my face. Shiny Wizard said the camera work's been quite interesting. Roll up there by... Oh, Mello uses the ropes to cheat. Mello uses the ropes to cheat. Mello picks up the win. Let's go match scores. Mello back after a month away, picking up a victory, but needing the ropes is an interesting choice. Cheating the cheater. Rick is livid. Okay, we're backstage with Royce. Here's our truth. Thank you. Damn, you're big. All right, he's thanking him for the help with the MFTs. Okay, so he's invited Royce to join the Judgment Day. Oh, that's interesting. He might have earned your respect, but he hasn't earned mine yet. MFTs. Okay, this is... I like this from R-Truth. %, not medically cleared. At least I know you're safe. That's coming up next. Well, at least I know one thing for sure, R-Truth. You are going to be perfectly safe. Absolutely safe. 100% safe. Safer than safe. Nothing's going to be safer than you tonight. You're the safest person in this world. I'm sure it's all going to work out really well. Really well. TJF said, Daze, with all the releases, do we think WWE will go down to one set of tag belts? I don't know that they will, but I think they should. I think I cannot tell you the last time that we had like 2 tag divisions like firing at the same time. I think it would be better to get down to one set of tag belts. I think they could book that. And I think actually one tag division, that could be really good. I mean, it used to be one tag division back in the day, you know? I know that we don't live in those times now, but yeah, one men's tag division with just, you know, great tag teams, all competing after those belts. Yeah, let's go. I would do that. But I can't comment or say that that's what they're doing because there's no word on that. But I think it would be good if that's what they did do. I love tag wrestling. There's absolutely a place for it. I just consistently, it seems like we can't spin 2 plates at the same time. Jordan Grace. I pledge allegiance. What's this? Okay, we're definitely not having music. Okay, she just walks past Chelsea, is that? Okay, what are we doing? Okay, I mean, I've liked it. Yeah. Let's watch it again. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there might be some other people that follow me that might be interested in this, actually. Might be a few other people. Let me just watch it one more time. Yeah, so we're watching, we're looking. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen, actually. That's, well, I just want to say well done there. I think these two are an absolute gift to WWE and pro wrestling in general. That is... Sometimes you watch a show and you're like, why do I even watch wrestling? But then you just get these friendly reminders every once in a while and you go, this is why I fell in love with this game. This is why I'm a wrestling fan. Yeah? Yeah. Well done. But I love the smirk at the end as well. I flipping love the smirk at the end. That has got absolutely nothing to do with SmackDown, but I assure you it's going to find its way into the breakdown. And maybe every video I do moving forward, actually. At some point, every video moving forward may feature that clip. So, yeah, well done. Well done, everyone. Well done. Great to be alive on a Friday night. Alison said, I liked Cody's segment. It was cool. Do we think that Paul Heyman used Gunther to get to Cody for Paul asking Cody to join him as a Paul Heyman guy? I don't think he used Gunther because Gunther did Heyman a favor, which meant that Heyman had to repay that favor. I think, you know, Gunther wanted a title shot at Cody, wanted to get his hands on Cody. Heyman obviously has made that work. But I think whilst he's in the process, he has, you know, planted a seed. So I don't think he's used Gunther, but I think he's been able to kind of still deliver a message whilst helping Gunther. Okay. So is this going to be a permanent Danhausen set? Is he going to try and clone again? What's this? Who's that? He's dead. Is that person dead? Okay, so Danhausen's got this proper backstage lair. He was literally just... I don't even think he was actually typing anything. But there we go. He said he's going to be cooking up something bigger, better. And I think we legit just had like a dead corpse backstage. I was trying to think who it could be. Gingerbread man. It's Gingerbread man in it. Do you know what? We joke, but it could be. He did steal the costume. Right. Damien making his way down. I'm loving the Danhausen Labhausen, said is that what it is? A Danhausen Labhausen. Oh, that's good, actually. That is good. Danhausen Labhausen. You should copyright that, Dave. Copyright it. Yeah, it is good. It reminds me of like when Jake the Snake had a talk segment, and he had like brickwork and everything and a well and all of that he would like interview guests in. Do you remember when Piper did Piper's Pit in like a set that looked like a castle as well? There's been a few different Piper Pit sets, but there was one that looked a little bit like a castle. So it is kind of fun, actually, that Danhausen's got the Labhausen. I thought that was just going to be one and done, but it seems to be like a proper set that he's going to have now. Matt Jason said, that was like Carry On Screaming, if you know. Well, I've got all the Carry On films in a box set, but I couldn't tell you the last time I saw Carry On Screaming. I tend to just go back to Carry On Camping quite a bit. With, you know, when she does that and the top comes off. Have you seen the Chelsea Green clip, Matt Jason? Have you, Jason? Have you seen the clip doing the rounds? I'll tag you in it. Send it over. Right, we're underway anyway. With Damien versus Tama. Okay, Damien, Tama. Let's see what goes down. Bang. Shot coming in. Unload him. Okay, Tama throwing in some shots. Danhausen says, what an evil lair. So Danhausen has commented online about his evil lair. So yeah, he's trying to resurrect someone. Would that mean would that mean bringing someone back? Who would he bring back? Could you imagine Braun Strowman though? Coming back as a monster that's been reanimated. What if it is someone like Braun Strowman? Because he's got a successful show, hasn't he? And he'd be a big monster. You pick on Danhausen, you got to deal with his monster. And I don't mean his penis. Tama off the steps. That woman that's dressed as Alexa Bliss is yelling at Tama, "You look stupid." It'd be cool if they brought PCO to team with Danhausen, but his history with the company suggests no, says Rob. That would be fun. Okay, we're at commercial break right now. Get your match scores in. This is for Ricky Carmelo. Where are we? We are an hour and 15 minutes away from the end of this show. Our main event tonight is going to be Gunther against Royce Keys. Wade Barrett said that could be seen as an own goal by Gunther tonight. With the World Cup looming. The World Cup is coming up soon. I'm really looking forward to that. Okay, right now we've got shots coming in there by Damien. It's definitely going to be the gingerbread man that Danhausen brings back, said Hula Boy. Takedown there by Tama. Yeah, Tama looking pretty good here. This show has flown by, said Bishop. Yeah, I think it's been a mixed bag, hasn't it? Opening segment, you lot said was good 79. Trick Miz, good 90. Scream mode, good 76. Cody segment, good 91. I can't say that it's been a mind-blowing show. Really, it's, you know, I did enjoy Ricky Carmelo and I did enjoy the Chelsea Green clip. Those have been the best parts of SmackDown. Shot coming in there by Tama. But there's been, like, loads of little backstage bits as well, you know, like the R-Truth moment. And Damien saying he doesn't quite trust Royce Keys. The Danhausen bit that we just saw as well, of course. Julia and Kiana arguing backstage. Gunther being upset with Adam Pearce. The beatdown of Shinsuke. So there's just been, do you know what I mean? There's been a few bits that have gone down. Headbutt coming in there by Tama. I'm going to see England, Panama. Are you, Reese? Dude, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'd love to go to the World Cup. I'm officially jealous. Chelsea, best parts. Definitely the highlight for me, said Dave. I think she says at the end, this is for you, Dave. I'm sure she did say that at the end of the video. She said it with her eyes. Absolutely. Clubbing blow there by Damien, going for a razor's edge. Sign in the crowd said tribalism is toxic. Shut up, you clown. Stupid E-drone. What a stupid E-drone. Right now we got back elbow there by Damien. Shot coming back there by Tama. Ah, dragon screw. Dragon screw. Spine buster there to Tama. I think Tama reversed it into a DDT. Okay. Okay. Tama Tonga is completely neutralized. Damien, says Wade. Slap coming in there by Tama to Damien. Damien trying to get fired back up. He does. He gets up. Shot blocked. Shot coming in there by Damien. Driving Tama back. Tama against the ropes. Reverses. Damien against the ropes. Collides into Tama. Not sure it was beautiful, but big kick coming in. He's fighting back here. Damien picks up. Oh, flat line. Daze, are we going to get any sort of advancement with the Johnny Plank gimmick? Feels like there's no direction. I wouldn't be shocked if his deal is up. Well, I hope so, because there's people that can give you great matches. Gunther can give you a great match. Ilya can give you a great match. Carmelo can give you a great match. And I do put Johnny in that bracket. I mean, we saw enough of him in NXT, and actually WWE went through a time period of not really getting 5 stars from Dave Meltzer. Not that it matters, but, it went through this period of just not really getting any great 5-star 4-7-5 kind of matches. And then Johnny in NXT was getting them. He was able to deliver 5-star matches with Adam Cole, Tommaso Ciampa, Andrade, quite a few. He really was putting on some fantastic matches in NXT. The concern is that that ship has sailed. And the concern is that we just waited too long. And actually, a lot of that stuff was like 2018, 2019, and here we are in 2026. It's like a lifetime away. So, I don't know. I want to get going with him, man. I want to get him in the ring. He absolutely could have been doing open challenges and grabbing everyone's attention like Carmelo did. So I'm a fan of Johnny. I love his work. I like his partnership with Candice. Let's go. So there's no words on anything, but I hope so. Whoa, Damien sort of fell himself then. Yeah, I don't know if he saw Tama come in and that got him off balance, but he did fall before Tama got to the ropes. Tama driving Damien down to shoulder up there by Damien. I don't know what it is about this, but it's not grabbing me at the moment. There was a commentary table spot that just looked pretty good. Tama coming over, grabbing. Oh, we've had over 200 votes. That's good. Okay, right now we got Tama. Yeah, no, reverse. Tama goes over. Grabs the throat of Tama. Back elbow coming in by Tama. Damien against the ropes. Clothesline. Tama goes down. Straps are coming down. Tama on his feet. He's going to go for a ride. Picks him up. Drives him down. 1, 2. Damien gets it. Damien gets it. Okay, let's get the score from that last match. You lot scored it good 89. Nice. Now we've got this one. Tala getting in, murking Damien. Bang! Shot coming in. Samoan spike by Solo. Here we go, said Snars. There's Sammy. Sammy said this place is not what it used to be. There's Johnny. Do you remember when wrestling was a thing? Here's Candice. You got to remember who you are. I think Sammy just got through to Johnny there. Do we want a tag run? I mean, that's what it suggests, isn't it? Like a tag run. I mean, he did just move his eyes. I think he got through. You know, I don't think Johnny is depressed. I think he's just trying to do anything to get out of listening to a conspiracy nut, said Davids. Okay, we're at commercial break right now. We've still got Gunther coming up. Get your votes in for that. Last match, Damien versus... Damien versus Tama. No interest in hearing from Jade, said Christine. We do have Jade coming up. Jade and Rhea on the way. We are at commercial break right now. And we have got the final hour coming up. Okay, who's excited? Said Jojo. Wrestling Andy said, Daze, who is the all-time underrated wrestler? Well, I think that would have to be someone that didn't achieve lots, wouldn't it? It'd have to be someone that wasn't really around the top end of the card. Certainly someone that, in my mind, was never WWE champion. So I suppose you're looking at, but then you want someone that was not really featured as prominently as well. I mean, the first name that always comes to mind is Owen, because of how fantastic he was in the ring. And I think if you'd have given him a gimmick where he just went out and had great matches, I mean, he could have really got somewhere. That whole story of brother versus brother, you know, I would have loved for Owen to have got the championship. And of course he never does, which is really frustrating. I don't know why they never gave him a look at any point. I don't know if it was the size thing, but I think you'd get a lot of people kind of around that size, you know, like a Lance Storm. I thought was a really good... I think there's a lot of really good wrestlers that probably just missed that sort of charisma. Just sort of missed that sort of X factor. But there's a lot of people that could do some great stuff in the ring, but maybe just couldn't quite make that connection. But then I would push back and say there's a lot of wrestlers in the past that I think made a connection because we gave them a gimmick, you know? I mean, don't forget, Undertaker was told, you're never going to draw a dime. Goes to WWE, gets given the Undertaker gimmick. So you sort of look at the way Owen's presented, or, I don't know, a Lance Storm is presented, or a Dean Malenko. I mean, Dean Malenko, at one point, you can make an argument, is the best wrestler in the world. And it's like, are you telling me you couldn't find a way of presenting these people? So yeah, there's a lot of wrestlers like that throughout the years that I kind of always gravitate to. But whenever that question comes up, Owen Hart is always one of the first names that kind of comes to mind. Mark's put your answers in. Mark's gone with Lord Tensai. Pushing up daisies, says Taz. Too broke to pay attention, said Danhausen. Brandon said Cowboy Bob Orton. Reese said Steve Blackman, underrated. Lonnie says Arn Anderson. I think Arn Anderson's a good shout. Just tough, really tough. Obviously, a hell of a career, but underappreciated. I think it's a good shout. Carlito. Adam Cole, said Mad Jason. Evan Bourne. John Morrison, says Mark. Bastion, but I would love to hear the case for that one, Iron. Bastion Booger. Bulldog. I don't know about Bulldog. I mean, he never achieves the championship, does he? At the top. He's an amazing tag wrestler. Amazing in the mid cards. Is he underappreciated? He's not underappreciated by me. I was desperate for him to win that big one. I think Goldust is going to age well, actually. I think he will. I think if you look at how shocking he was when he first came in, and the fact that he's part of the Rhodes story, I think that character's aging well because of the love Dustin is getting in AEW. I think that's kind of making people look at his work, and I think Goldust was someone that we kind of took for granted, certainly more in the 2000s. So yeah, he could be worth a shout. He never got to that top title. The Miz is most underrated by the fans, said Wrestle Andy. Well, yeah, I mean, if you was doing a video on this, I think there's some good suggestions there. I think The Miz is underrated by the fans, or underappreciated by the fans. Yeah. I mean, his longevity is amazing. Okay, here's Jade's. Yeah, keep putting your thoughts in. It's a good one. William Regal. Oh, well, I think the fans love Regal. But, yeah, was he underappreciated because he did a lot of comedy stuff? But again, he could do legit stuff, couldn't he? You know, he could put on a match, a banger match. Jade coming down. Those are some pretty big heels that she's got. Dolph Ziggler, said Tabasco. Wade Barrett, says Davids. Kazani, said Reese. TJF said Owen Hart, 1, 2, 3 Kid. They were so ahead of their time. I like the 1, 2, 3 Kid shout. I agree. And Owen Hart, yeah, I agree. Okay, we got Jade's in the ring. Pressure busts pipes. I'm going to bust a champion. It is hard to get excited for this, but I am listening. I love it, says Jade as the crowd boo. Okay, here's Charlotte. Well, they didn't give her loads of time, did they? They didn't give her loads of time to talk. And that is certainly not a coincidence. Okay, Charlotte making her way down. Jade, Charlotte. She's just not good at talking, said Jojo. Reese says gobbledygooker. Underrated. Absolutely underrated. Okay, here is Alexa. Okay, they've got a microphone, so let's see what Charlotte's going to say. Sign in the crowd said, my wife doesn't know that I'm here. Where's Rhea, says Jades. It's funny how someone can talk so loud, but then go so quiet when they get pump kicked in the face. Okay, I think we're just heading to the match. Probably going to buy some of her memorabilia in a bit, said Mark. I swear they make Bliss look like a sidekick kid, said the one. There just wasn't really much said, was there? It's kind of like both of them just said to each other, you talk too much. Everyone's tired of hearing you talk. Stop talking. Yeah, well, I'm tired of hearing you talk. Everyone's tired of hearing everyone talk. Okay. Right, we are just getting a little thing for Club WWE, and we still haven't had an advert for that. 24-hour pre-sale, but that's the beginning. Dedicated entrance if you've got a gold membership. Members only lounge. When's it start, though? When's it start? Is there any details as to when this thing is beginning? Club WWE. Reserve your spots. Dun, dun, dun. Still just says reserve your spots. So all of that John spoke about was unveiled around WrestleMania time. Exclusive 24-hour ticket pre-sale access to all WWE events around the world. Tailored perks at the events, including superstar meet and greets. But again, how much is it going to cost you? And what brackets are there going to be? I mean, in order to get the superstar meet and greet, you might have to get like the diamond platinum subscription that's like $50 a month or something. Hospitality opportunities and dedicated entrances. There's going to be a members-only WWE shop featuring exclusive collections, early access to merch drops like John Cena's upcoming Never Seen 17. There's bonus WWE content, including inside scoops, extended cuts, behind the scenes footage, inside scoops. Inside scoops. Kind of feels like that should be brought to you by an ice cream man. I've got all the inside scoops and the outside scoops. Get all your scoops. Dedicated members only community forum. So there you go. Chat with fans around the world. Because there's not like a billion other places to do that. Points-based reward system, allowing fans to earn credits to redeem against digital and physical goods. Digital goods. What would a digital good be? Something you buy digitally. Not like an NFT. Does that just mean like online shopping? Digital. Digital and physical goods. Premium welcome pack for founding members. Well, I'm looking forward to the details of how much that thing's going to cost when it gets going. And you probably can't even sign up for a few months before they're in your country, said Mr. Dorian. That's an interesting point, actually. It was a bit like when they rolled the network out. That didn't go out to everyone at the same time. I wonder if Club WWE will be similar, where it doesn't like go out to everyone at the same time. Yeah, interesting. Okay, 50 minutes to go. Shaquem said, I'm going to sign up, but who do I pick as my favourite wrestler? Byron Saxton. Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I think everyone did. Byron Saxton. Oh, hello, what's this? Blake. I think it's going to be a Blake segment. The glamour. Was that a pink Labubu? Oh, okay. She's on her way. Coming soon. Yeah, reports actually that she featured, I don't know if it was on main events, but or just a dart match, but I believe she was actually in action before SmackDown began. So she is on the way. She will be on the show very soon. Of course, we saw plenty of her in NXT, and many of you will have seen her in AEW as Mariah May. And yeah, looking forward to seeing her in action as she is on the way to SmackDown. MFTs should have their own NFTs. If not, it's a waste of an opportunity, said Cleveland Brown. I like that. You're right. AB, hello, said Daze, we're talking one of the most underrated wrestlers. And we're in the middle of a show with Sammy and Johnny and Damian and Tama and all that chaos. There's only one name that fits the moment perfectly. Sami Zayn, says AB. AB, you're one of those great ride or die fans that Sammy was talking about. Hopefully Sammy is watching right now and he is recognizing your contribution to the conversation. Right now, we are underway with this women's tag match. It's Charlexa. Oh, lovely kick. Nice little Pele number there by Michin that looked good and got no reaction. Michin again trying to... Oh, no. Reversed. She goes into the corner. Chop coming in there by Charlotte. So Charlexa versus Michin and B-Fab. Oh, lovely. That was a nice kick. Picking up. Michin lands on the feet. Down goes Charlotte. Big time set. Oh, gone. Gone. We'll never know what it says. Slap coming in there by Michin. Michin against the ropes. Oh, whoa. Over goes Charlotte. Kick coming in. Right now, Michin against the ropes. Drop kick. Charlotte moves out the way. Smashing her over. Thought she was going to drive her down. Every time she does this move, I keep thinking she's going to go for Devil's Kiss. Kip up there by Charlotte. Big Time said, when was the last time we had a heated women's rivalry that had multiple matches like Sasha, Bayley? I feel like we need one. It's a good question. I mean, if I think heated women's rivalry, I think back to not that long ago with Liv and Stephanie. That was quite heated. And, you know, they were constantly jumping each other and attacking each other. The build for that was all right. But they didn't have multiple matches, did they? Double knees to the back there by Alexa. We know the women's mid-card has been flat. I mean, Becky has just really been focused on AJ Lee. Might have to be like Becky Maxine. Shot coming in there by B-Fab. And again, this your girl, says B-Fab. Okay, I like the trash talking by B-Fab. That's pretty good. I think I'd like to see her like really grabbing her hair and yanking. Get up! Crossbody gets caught. Catches Alexa. More trash talking by B-Fab. I like the trash talk. 1, 2. Kick out there by Alexa. Smile on the face there by B-Fab. Yeah, okay. Okay, so B-Fab, I'm looking at you, B-Fab, as you're doing a bit of trash talking, chucking Alexa around. Some facial expressions. Looking. I'm looking. We're noticing. Right, Damien and Tam. We need to end this poll, don't we? Because we don't want to get confused between the matches. 64, 20, 10, and 6. Good. 90. Okay, right now we got B-Fab on the outsides. AB said this is a 6-star match. Matt Jason said, I'm missing Kevin Owens. I just want to see him running around the ring. Hello, Trini. Hope you well. I closed the chat for 20 minutes, and then when you return, there's 3+ messages from William about his penis. Well, Trini, can I just say, I'm so sorry, because it feels like you're complaining there wasn't more. I would have expected more as well, to be honest. So that is actually disappointing. So, Trini, don't worry about it. It's nothing personal. I think he's just a little bit distracted at the moment. But I assure you, next time you step away and return after being away for 20 minutes, I can pretty much guarantee that there will be at least double digits comments from, maybe even pictures. I'm not sure. No one's looking for that, though, William. Yeah? No one's interested. That is definitely a line crossed. I have to stress this because I don't think William knows where the lines actually are. That is a line. Okay? I've told you it, not again. You remember what happened last time? Yeah? We had some lovely people in the community that you drove away. And it's a lovely penis. It's not even that the penis itself is the problem. It is a lovely penis. It's in my top 5. But people don't want to see it. Okay, kicks coming in by B-Fab. Rhea needs to come out now, said Ultimate Superfan of Alexa Bliss, before something does happen. Well, I'm sure she will be on her way. Right now, B-Fab is showing her encouragement to Michin as Michin applies a bear hug to Alexa. Alexa in the wrong part of town. Michin keeping her away from Charlotte as Alexa tries to fight her way out. She takes Michin over as we come out of the commercial break. Okay, Michin on her feet. That was a nice little pivot. Okay, this is where the basketball skills have come in, as there was a little pivot past the ref there. Shots coming in by Michin. B-Fab holding the hair. Back elbow, though, by Alexa. Michin charges into the corner. Back elbow by Alexa as Michin is in the middle of the ring. Alexa trying to reach out, make the tag. Knee coming in by Michin. She's got Alexa on her shoulder. Middle of the ring right now. Charlotte reaching out. I like how Alexa's just got her hand out. It doesn't even matter where she is. She's like, someone? Anyone? She managed to reverse that, though, and drive Michin down. Right now, we've got Charlotte All kinds of excited. Trying to make the tag. Alexa. She's trying to make it. B-Fab. Tag mates. Charlotte. Comes off the top. Lands on B-Fab. Chop coming in. I don't really know the psychology of what I just saw. B-Fab tried to get in to stop Alexa. Didn't make it, but B-Fab's fine. And then she had to wait while Charlotte climbed up to deliver like a crossbody. And then just get landed on. Clothesline there by Charlotte. Whoa! And a lot of people tried to make out that this is not like the Attitude Era. Hey, Jade, this is for you, witch. Oh, now she crotch chopping. It's basically like DXer in the ring. She's using bad language. She's crotch chopping. She's a one-woman DX. Right now, B-Fab grabbing the leg of Charlotte. Charlotte going boob first. Big boot to the side of the head. Charlotte goes down. We got tag being made. Yeah, I think in many ways this feels like DX versus the Hardy Boys. Or at least the modern equivalent. B-Fab getting in. Lovely big boot by both. Down goes Charlotte. 1, 2. Let's go. Shawn Michaels makes the save. Okay, right now on the outside. I think that makes... I don't know what that makes. What the hell would that make Jade? Would she have to be Lita? That doesn't make sense. Whoa! We had a handful of tights and I saw a lot more of Charlotte than I expected. Woo! Oh, I'm right into this. I'm right into this match. Handful of tights. Blimey, now you... Oh, mate. Gee, are we going to start doing that now? Yes. See, and there's half of you out there not even paying attention. Oh, that was good work there by Beef. I'm telling you, B-Fab, low-key, the MVP of this match. Goddamn MVP of this match. She's out here stripping girls for us. Okay, we got Sister Abigail. Charlotte gets pulled off the outside of the ring as Alexa... Jade's coming in. Oh, my God. Outside interference. It's all kicking off. Wow. Scenes. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Charlotte down on the outside. Oh, Michin going over. This match has been better than it had any right to be, actually. Okay, we got B-Fab getting a big boot. She goes to the outside. Let's get the match scores here, shall we? We got Charlotte in the ring looking out over at Jade. I don't know where Rhea was. Didn't see any Rhea. Saw a lot of Charlotte. Okay, there. Oh yeah, Fatal Influence. They're backstage watching. You three have severely impacted the women's division. So we're just hearing from Fatal Influence backstage. It's only a matter of time before you fall at the feet of fatal influence. Okay, there we go. Right, they're just going to look at Roman and Jacob. So we're just going to be going back to that. Eric said Daze Via was underrated. Yeah, I mean, I found his vignettes to be very emotional. Week after week, he would look at the camera and the graphic would come up saying that it was coming soon. I don't know about you, but it touched me quite deeply. Daze, Brian Pillman is underrated. He lived through the Attitude Era. If he'd have lived through the Attitude Era, he would have been perfect. Yeah, I mean, there was, amazing things that we could have done with him during the Attitude Era, as you said. I agree. I think that that was a real loss. I just never really felt like we got going with him, certainly in WWE. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like just as he was getting to, really going to get somewhere, obviously tragedy struck show. I agree. I don't know if he's underrated or if he just never quite got there. That's an interesting one. Probably underrated for what he did do and what he did contribute. Because, I mean, he was in the Hollywood Blondes. And, he had that loose cannon character, which, as you said, if we'd been able to get more out of that in WWE at the time, God only knows where he could have got to. That's an interesting one, though. Matt Jason said Cesaro should have won more. Yeah, but he never grabbed the brass ring, did he? That's his problem. There was a brass ring, and he was meant to grab it, and he never grabbed it. And that's why he never achieved greatness. Yeah? That interview with Vince is like hell of a moment. We never really got interviews from Vince, but he went on to Stone Cold's Broken Skull sessions. Actually, it wasn't Broken... Was it Broken Skull? It was Broken Skull. And Vince went on and did an interview. And it was one of the, first times we'd seen a Vince interview outside of wrestling where he sat down and spoke to Stone Cold. And he got asked about Cesaro. And Vince said, you've just got to grab that brass ring. And he's not done that yet. And it became somewhat really synonymous with him, but also synonymous with wrestling in general. And do you remember in AEW, they did a brass ring that you had to grab above the ring. It looked like a ring from Sonic. I don't know if... I doubt they still do it now, but they did when they first started. Had like this brass ring that you had to grab. It's because that became such a talking point. So it's funny that Vince was asked about that. Why are we not doing more with Cesaro? Why is it that Cesaro's, not getting more opportunity? And Vince's answer was he hadn't grabbed the brass ring. Days, I've seen people make this valid argument that if we get 5 PLE matches and 2 are free, leaving with 3 on the ESPN, is that enough to justify the $30 a month? Yeah, we've had that chat, and there's the answers I get are that, well, obviously it doesn't affect international viewers, but there's a lot of people that, get ESPN as part of their package anyway. So how many people does that actually affect is the pushback. I would say that it's up to ESPN, isn't it? I mean, WWE are providing a product, and that product is 5 matches, and this is their premium live event. If ESPN want to give 2 away on their ESPN2 platform, that's up to them. But is that WWE's problem or even their fault? So this is where this isn't like WWE that are doing that. That's ESPN that are doing that. And so the answer is, if it isn't worth it, don't do it, and then ESPN will change. Okay, they're talking about being outnumbered here, Charlexa. We're outnumbered. Alexa's got an idea. Well, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Wonder what the idea is? Let's go. I would buy an AWPLE than get ESPN nonsense, said Dr. Luchlala. Okay, we're just seeing Roman and Jacob. Stuff to do with that. Lola Vice defends the NXT Women's title against Callie Armstrong right now in NXT Buffalo. Sure to be a title retention, of course. Charlotte was just questioning where Rhea was. Okay. Tito Santana was underrated, said Eric. Cesaro's been underrated his whole career. Real ones know he's a top-tier worker. Dave's question, do we think WWE going to Italy, we could see Pope Leo attend, and if Gingy dies, hold a funeral mass? I think there's a chance of that, but actually I think Pope Leo could bring Gingy back to life. I don't think he's got the ability to do that for a human. I don't want anyone thinking that they can take their loved ones to the Pope to get them, you know, brought back to life. Please don't go digging up your loved ones or anything along those lines. But I think Gingy is someone that the Pope... I don't really know his powers. I'm not sure. I'm not a deeply religious person, so I don't know the powers the Pope possesses. But he clearly possesses some sort of power, you know? He is, like, you know, held in high esteem. So... yeah, I could believe he's got the power to bring Gingy back to life. I could buy that. So, I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out. I'm not saying that it's a segment that's definitely going to be happening at Clash in Italy, but I wouldn't rule it out. I think there's definitely potential. Okay, hang on. We got Royce. We got Solo. Don't listen to Jacob. Listen to me. Follow me. Solo really wants Royce. I'd hate to see what happened to Shinsuke happen to you. Jacob said the same thing. He's trying to get in his head. He's trying to get in his head. Here's Gunther. Is this, we're main event, are we? 27 minutes. Okay. Does this even make sense? Isn't it called MFT, My Family Tree? Oh, I don't know. I tried to forget. If it is My Family Tree, then who sponsors them? Little Tykes. Early Learning Centre. My First Faction. Okay, Gunther making his way down. WWE putting a massive spotlight on Royce. Finally over the last few weeks, and I like it, said Wrestle Rants. I'm excited for this, said Christine. It's more like MFB, My Family Branch at this point, said PJ. This match gonna cook, said Flame Fist. Something significant's going to happen with this much time left, said Too Broke to Pay Attention. Does feel like there's a fair bit of time left, actually. 26 minutes. But, of course, we need to squeeze in at least 20 commercial breaks. So, Monday. What's going down Monday, kids? What's going down? Okay. Ober Femi challenge is going to continue as we go to commercial break. Let's go. Okay. Empower said, hire me, Triple H. I'll do it for some good human monies. What for? Are you going to go into creative? Ultimate Superfan of Alexa said, honestly, I realise she's not really the character, but I am into the person that's behind the character, says Ultimate Superfan of Alexa Bliss. Ultimate Superfan of Alexa Bliss, shout out to you. You like who you like, my friends. We've all got wrestlers we like and wrestlers we don't like. I can't really think of too many wrestlers I don't like. I think there's just wrestlers that I would move to different places. Like, you know, Maxine, I'd probably put in NXT. Jade, I would probably put in NXT. I think if they were both in NXT, I could vibe with them. Like, that would feel like they were in their rightful place. But, yeah, just on the main roster, they feel a bit undercooked. So, I can't really think of too many wrestlers I don't like, though. Can I get a shout out, says James Game 2010. No. Super fan of Alexa Bliss. I am into her as Alexis Kaufman. Well, as long as you don't get weird with it, you know? I mean, we don't want to be like stalking and, you know what I mean? Getting weird. I don't think you are. I don't think you are. But I'm watching you. Call in a screw finish on this one because that's where my booking is leading to a triple threat at Clash, said Flame Fist. Stalker vibes, said love the beard. I was getting stalker vibes as well, actually. Once we start using wrestlers' real names, you know, start to get nervous. Andy Kaufman wrestled too, didn't he? He did. It's fantastic, but you can't watch too long, otherwise it'll get you, said Christine. Christine, what's this? What's going to get us? Christine, what's getting us? It'll be interesting to see how Jey Uso is looked at after he retires. Maybe he's underrated by fans. Well, I think the Usos will be remembered as one of the great tag teams. And I think it'll be remembered that we took a look at Jey because, you know, he was yeeting and all of that. And there was a little bit of, you know, a bit of fun to be had, but it just didn't really work. I feel like that's how it'll be remembered. But I don't think he's going to be remembered as terrible or bad. I think the Usos are one of the greatest tag teams we've ever seen. I'm pretty confident they'll be remembered that way. I don't know that they'll be remembered as number one, but they're going to be remembered as top 10, dare I say top 5. Dare I say top 5? There's an argument they're number one. There's an argument. Yeah, I'm gonna say top 5. I'm gonna say top 5. Empower said a girl stalked me once. She showed me her love by stabbing my car's tires. It was very heartfelt. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Right, Talatonga against Shinsuke coming next week. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gunther versus... That's Tala, isn't it? Tala versus Nakamura. Oh, yeah, we haven't added any more matches to this, have we? Saturday night's main event. Are they going to announce something for it? Penta versus Ethan. Yeah. Street Profits against the Vision. Now, I think these are the two matches that have been announced. Breaking news. Oh, wow. Charlotte, Rhea, and Alexa are going to be taking on Michin, Jade, and B-Fab. It's the dream match. Wow, I tell you what, if B-Fab's going to be grabbing a handful of tights again in this match, you have me as a viewer. Gunther in the ring. So, there we go. People are going to be so excited. People are going to be crazy excited. 6-woman tag added. Well, Ultimate Alexa Bliss fans going to be excited. Okay, here's Royce. Wyatt6661 said, Daze, I just don't give a damn about Bliss. Her size just doesn't do it for me. Next to people like Lash Nia. I don't understand why they didn't do her with the Wyatts. That's the only time I cared about her. Oh, right. Like, why didn't they put her with the Wyatts? I think we would have got there. It was just we weren't in a rush because we thought we had time. And then they dropped this budget cut thing and they decided that of all the options of where we are right now, that the Wyatts felt disposable. I mean, I don't know how much we agree or disagree with that. I'd imagine as a community we probably largely disagree, but there'll certainly be some people here that will agree that the Wyatts weren't working, and if you've got to cut some people, they were probably in the running. But I think we would have got to it eventually if they had not been cut. Okay, right now we've got this should be a banger, shouldn't it? Forearm shot coming in there by Royce Keys as Gunther rolls out the ring. Five, 7, 2, 5, 9, and 9. Really struggled with the in-ring tonight. Weird vibe in the comments, said Bentron. I'm expecting shenanigans, said EST Hausen. Right now we got Gunther on the outside. Gunther should have just signed, said Krista. He should have. I bet he's thinking that himself right now. Kick coming in there by Gunther. Headlock there by Gunther. You can see Gunther just talking to Keys there. Shoulder tackle as Gunther comes off the... And he did that with his boobs. Not that many times. I was just trying to find the best way of communicating it. Gunther against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Keys against the ropes. Gunther over the other side there. Colliding into each other, and it's Gunther that goes down first. Chop coming in by the big man. That's Gunther. He's taller. Another chop coming in, but Royce Keys grabbing the arm. Forearms coming in there by Royce Keys, driving Gunther back. Why aren't we doing this at Saturday night's main event? I'd have totally watched this at Saturday night's main event. Gunther in the corner, big boot there by Gunther. Gunther against the ropes, gets picked up. Keys. A Davey Boy power slam. A Davey Boy power slam? I don't know if I've heard it referred to. A Davey. Gone but not forgotten. A Davey Boy power slam. That would be nice if we called it that. Wouldn't it? That would be... Oh. On the outside... Into the barricade goes Gunther. Let's go. I'm surprised Cody's not out there to watch this closely, said Dr. Luchalala. Big Time said, if we're being honest, I like the Wyatt Sixers wrestlers. They were not good. They thrived as a character. Uncle Howdy was putting on weight. Loves Cat said, Daze, thanks for the comic relief. It's nice to be here. Oh, I don't think we've done any, to be honest. You must have watched something else that got us confused, but I appreciate it all the same. So, Love Cats, shout out to you, buds. Gunther goes into the commentary area. Thanks to Royce. We've got about 14 minutes left as we go to commercial break. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been all right. It's been an easy watch of a show. I mean, I don't think this has been like a horrifically bad episode. I think it's been solid. I said beforehand, I think it'll be a 6 or a 6.25 looking at the preview. I think it got to that. I think it got to that. Did it get to that? I think it got to that. This is like a Gunther Brock preview, said the one. Oh, it's true, yeah. This is a little taste of a little bit of what that match should be like, although I don't know if we would have chucked Brock into the ring steps like this. Gets back in and just beats the count there, Royce Keys. Gunther coming over. We are at commercial break right now. Big Time said Gacy apparently lost the rights to use his ring name and he's going by Joseph Sawyer. Yeah, I think a lot of them lost the rights, didn't they? I mean, Nikki Cross, I think, is going by Nikki Storm. I would imagine Dexter Loomis is going back to Sam Shaw, maybe? Gunther, middle of the ring. Shot coming in there by Royce Keys. Max said, who do you think wins the Premier League? I'm leaning Arsenal. I think they've got that advantage. I'd imagine both teams could just win both their remaining matches. I don't know how many matches City have got, actually. I don't know if it's 1 or 2. I think it's 2, isn't it? So... I'm expecting Arsenal. And I'm expecting West Ham to go down. Bigger question is, who wins the World Cup? That's the bigger question. Who wins the World Cup? I might have a cheeky bet on France, actually. I think their team looks incredible. I think they could take Spain to penalties. They could even get a winner in like extra time or right at the end of a match. I think Spain are right in the mix. Of course, Spain are favourites, but I don't know, man. I might have to have a little dabble on France, actually. Don't know about England. I think England will do well, but I just got a few questions around the defence. The defence. I'm certainly not going in thinking England are absolutely perfect in every area. I don't think any England fan is. For that reason, I don't know. Okay, right now we're coming back from commercial break. Short arm clothesline. Colin said, definitely not the US. I hope the US do well because, yeah, I don't think you'll win it, but I hope you do well because I think it's always obviously more exciting when your country is in it and doing well. And the thing is, you'll get out the group. You ain't going out in the group. And once you get out the group, it's knockout games. I mean, anything can happen. Do you know what I mean? A moment of madness, a player slips over, or any sort of mistake. Anything can happen. I don't know how you're going to do, man. I don't think you win it, but I could see you getting to the quarterfinals, maybe the semi-finals. I don't know if you get to the semis. Maybe the quarters. Yeah. You'll get out of the group. US will get out of the group. Shots there by Gunther. Laxo said America. Puppy Croc said Francis. Yeah, they announced their team the other day. Their squad is mental. Right now, oh, reverse there by Keys. Lovely suplex there by Keys. Gunther down. We're back from commercial break. We're into the final segment. Did you hear Jelly Roll's World Cup song? It's pretty bad. I prefer Shakira's. I like Shakira's. Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't blown away by the Jelly Roll one, and I'm not saying that to do with anything with wrestling. I just wasn't really, like, that impressed. But Shakira's was all right. I don't think it's as good as Waka Waka. But, yeah, I mean, it's good. So I like the Shakira one. That feels like a proper anthem, a good anthem for the World Cup. She's going to be performing, isn't she, in the halftime show at the final? They've got Madonna, BTS, and Shakira performing at the halftime of the World Cup final. Seems a bit stacked, that, to me. I don't know. I kind of like it when you just have one artist like they do at the Super Bowl. Instead of, like, Madonna, BTS, and Shakira. They're all going to get, like, a medley or something each, on a couple of songs each or something. I don't know. Don't know how it's going to work. I wonder if that's the future. That way, like, you know, Bad Bunny was not that well received by certain parts of America. I wonder if you just, rather than one person doing it, everyone just gets, like, a song. You have 5 people. I don't know. Some of those great halftime shows, though, where an artist can really get stuck into their performance. Yeah, I prefer it when it's just one person. Gunther getting slammed into the commentary table. I'm just not a fan of this spot, but it looks better when he does it repeatedly. Kind of like slamming them down, but there's not much room to, like, really slam them down. Against the ropes, Gunther with a big boot. So, I mean, that move on the outside's already been sort of undone there as Gunther delivers a big boot. Tries to charge in as Royce moves out the way. Crowd a bit quiet for this one. Royce Keys charging in. Gunther goes over the other side. Comes out with a big clothesline. That was nice. That was nice. Right now we got Gunther climbing up. Keys going up after him as well. There was a little miscommunication there because Gunther was in the process of still climbing up as Keys went for it. It looked okay. But, yeah, a little bit of a loose cover, bit of a blood on the lip there of Royce Keys. Oh, that was a lovely clothesline, though. Yeah, I mean, he's chucking Gunther all over the place here, Royce Keys. Both guys are down. This is the spot where the crowds would fill in with "This is awesome" chants. And they're not. Yeah, I mean, that bit where they're both down is the bit where the fans should be going, "This is awesome." And they're just sort of like, no. Come on, you two. You've got 6 minutes. You've put some good foundations in place. Oh, I like that. Bang, bang, bang. Right now, sleeper hold in there by the ring general. Sleeper hold is in. Okay, right. Royce Keys is getting choked out here. He's in trouble a bit. He's nowhere near the ropes. He's going to have to find that second wind. Is he going to be able to do that? Is he going to be able to get out of this? Solo! Solo! Solo's cheering on Royce. Well, this is interesting. Solo on the outside cheering on Royce. I think Solo, is he going to cost Royce? Gunther's winning this. I don't see Royce winning this. Big back body drop. Looking for a big clothesline. Coming back. Clothesline. Gunther against the ropes. Another clothesline. Royce against the ropes. Another clothesline. Look at this. Well, duck underneath. Royce. Nice. Okay, I'm buying that. Back up. Another clothesline. Yeah, I do love this spot. You don't really see that. Bang. 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 I'm going to clothesline you that way. I'm going to clothesline you that way. 1, 2... Kick out there by Gunther. Kick out by Gunther. Laxo said, what happened to Pat? I'm not complaining. I'm just curious. He saw the backlash apparently that the fans had, and he left. Right now we were looking. Another sleeper hold is in. Another sleeper hold in. By Gunther. Royce Keys going down. Putting that squeeze on. Royce feeling the effects. Solo on the outside. We've only got 3 minutes left to go here. We're running out of time. We're running out of time. Royce with an elbow to the midsection. Big chop there by Gunther. And again, Royce against the ropes. Oh, ref down. Right, there's a ref bump. There's a ref bump. There's a flipping ref bump. Solo throws the chair in the ring. Royce looks at it. Solo's telling him. Now, this is a decision, but I don't think he's going to use it. Bang, he chucks it at Solo. Solo goes down. That's going to allow Gunther to collide into the back. Against the ropes, the big man. Takes down the big man. Yeah, it's the beginning of the end. Royce Keys going for a ride. Power bomb. 1, 2, 3. Gunther gets it. Gunther wins. Gunther! And Alexa Bliss at ringside is not impressed. Alexa Bliss at ringside on her feet. Gunther secures his place in a match against Cody. But Solo has certainly been given his answer by Royce Keys. Gunther Cody should be good, said James. It was a bit too predictable, said Wrestling Russ. Here's Gunther. Okay, this big cheer is Cody. Cody's there, Cody's there, Cody's there. Just as Gunther said, there's nothing you can do. He comes out and does something. Crossroads by Cody. Big cheer from the crowds. Oh, that was nice. That was done well. I like that. I like it. Cody comes out, arms outstretched. Well, it's been a real mixed day at the office for Gunther, hasn't it? It's been a real mixed day. He's all arrogant. That means that someone else almost jumps him in a queue. Then he has to have a match that he doesn't want to have. Then he wins that match. Then he starts throwing shade at Cody, only for Cody to sneak up on him and make him look a bit of a fool right at the end of the show. Man, when he gets back home and Jin is like, how was your day? He's going to be like, don't ask, Jesus. Don't even ask. Absolute nightmare. I don't know why I didn't just sign that flipping contract. I don't know why I didn't just sign it. Well, there we go. There we go. It was a match that we was not expecting to see. We got to see it. I don't know how people felt about it. Get your scores in. Did it deliver? Did it do what you wanted it to do? Gunther should win the WWE Championship. Do Cody Randy feud going into SummerSlam with no title. Delve deep into that history, said Don. Don, I agree. I would be looking to move that way. Yes. Daze, when you shouted, I was a little turned on by it. How was SmackDown from the other side? I thought it was solid. I think there's definitely areas here that you would change. I don't know if you'd tweak them or just outright change them, but yeah, I mean, this is far from a perfect show. But, I mean, look, as a Friday night watch, fine. Did not hate it. It was fine. I think what's interesting is I watched this show and I'm like, okay, I like that, like that. Didn't need that. How does it shake out? Are we knocking on the door to a 6? That kind of area, right? But there are others that watch this that want the Attitude Era chaos. They want the excitement, which I totally understand. And for them, this is just not scratching that itch. I think it depends how you look at the show, doesn't it? It really does. I sort of go in knowing what the show is going to be. I know what to expect. I know what the show is going to be. And I know that there's going to be segments I'll enjoy, segments I won't. I hope there'll be some matches in there that I'll enjoy and some segments that push the story forwards. But by and large, I know what to expect. I know this is not going to be an absolute bonkers thrill ride with twists and turns and returns and shocks and surprises. Just not going to be that. So I can understand why there's people out there that are like, no, this is not what I'm looking for. I can absolutely understand that. But I think going in with the expectation at a certain place, knowing what the show has been for the past, I don't know how many weeks, months, I think this was fine. Solid. Moves us forwards. Some moments that I enjoyed. We all got to see Charlotte's backside. No complaints from me. Was I sports entertained? You better believe it. Daze, the way I look at it, 52 weeks a year, episodic show that never ends. You're going to have your moments, but it's just going to be spread out. Yeah, I do think they could turn that dial up, though. I really do think they could turn that dial up. As I said, if you think that there are 52 Raws and 52 SmackDowns, that's 104 shows. So that means over the space of a whole year, you need to have 104 OMG moments, ideally. Now, granted, I think we can all understand that you don't necessarily have to have one every single show. But, I don't know, was there an OMG moment here tonight? Was there a moment that really made you go, oh, I'm really glad I watched this for that reason? I mean, a good match or a great match, you should get that each show anyway, so forget the matches. But was there a moment, I mean, if we go no, okay, not this week, that's fine. But then, I don't know, are we confident there'll be one next week? I do think that they need to turn that dial up a bit more. Of delivering like moments that make you feel like, yeah, man, this is why I've tuned in. That was cool. I needed to see that. I didn't see us going that way, or I'm glad they're back. And as I said, you know, returns, turns, things along those lines, or just great segments like when The Rock was whipping Cody in the rain. You need like 104 of those. Maybe not even that many. You could maybe take 20 off or something, right? 20 episodes where we don't have one. It's just they're just solid episodes. I do think they could turn that dial up though. I don't think they book the shows that way. I don't think they think that way. I don't think they try and do it that way. I think they just book it on a show by show basis. But I would be, if I was in creative, thinking along those lines of like, you know, I want to make sure that every show I know has got some sort of OMG moment in it. And I don't know, maybe it's just hard to fit that into the current stories. Perhaps like where you are right now and you know where you want to go, it's just really hard to put a return in if you don't have one, or a turn if the no moment kind of needs it, you know? It's one of those, it's easy to sit here and say it's hard to execute it. But, I don't know, I thought this was fine. If you thought this was fine as well, I don't think you're going to struggle with the current product. But if this is a million miles away from what you're looking for, then yes, I think you are going to have your struggles. Cody Rhodes lays out Gunther to close SmackDown, and we've got our post-show coming up very soon. Days for me, I do enjoy the backstage segments almost every week, and the Easter eggs. I do feel like they can coast a bit much to take the audience for granted, because they know that there'll be 1.1 or 1.2 that just watch out of habits. They're big time. I'm optimistic, but I can't get worse in less time, said Who's That Saints J. 104 OMG moments is a tall order. I don't see that ever happening, said Steve. Yeah, I mean, again, that's like your starting point, isn't it, though? That's if you wanted one for every show. And again, you don't have to do that. I think fans would be okay if you go, I don't know, 20-odd shows. You don't do that. Take away 1/5, 20% of shows. You don't have that as an expectation. We just move the story forwards. But it would be interesting, wouldn't it, to kind of count up, like, title changes can feature in that. I mean, certainly if you have a shock title change, like when Drew beats Cody on SmackDown to get the title, like, that counts. That absolutely counts. So, you know, it can be like, not just like, not like tag titles swapping hands that no one cares about. I don't think you can really class that. But, I mean, a world title change in hands, yes. Maybe a mid-card belt if it's built properly, you know, and it's like a massive match, big deal. But, yeah, I agree. It's an ask. But that is what fans tune in for, if we're being honest. It might be a tall order, but fans do give up, like, 3 hours of their Friday night because they want to see something significant. They want to watch good wrestling. They want to see the stories develop. But you do tune in hoping that you're going to see something of significance as well. And granted, you're not going to be able to do that every show. As I said, I think you can certainly reduce that 104. But as a starting point, that is what you would look for. Have I got something for each show? If I worked in creative, I would want to feel excited that people are going to tune in to my show next week, you know? I want you to tune in next week, and I want to repay that, not with just a solid effort that just spins plates and moves things. So I can't wait for you to see what I've got up my sleeve for next week. I'd want to be excited about, like, man, they're not going to know what's going to hit them next week. I can't wait. But you don't want to do it so much where it's all the time and it's hot shot in and it's, do you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the Attitude Era. So you don't want to go, like, too much that way where it's, like, several segments. You just want to, you know, here and there, yeah. I really do. I'm going to push back on it. I really think they need to turn that dial up a bit more and give us more of those moments than what they are. Because there's too many shows where we come out of them and we're like, was that a 6? There's too many shows that are just like, there we go, that was that. Yeah. And it's crazy when you think of how important these TV shows are. This is where they make the bulk of their money. Like, this is what's keeping WWE afloat. And these shows, it's not house shows. It's not merch sales. It ain't ticket sales. Merch and ticket sales equated for something very small. I think it was like 70 odd million in a year. And like TV deals are like crazy high. Much, much higher than that. When you take into account like the ESPN deal, the Netflix deal, the Peacock deal, CW deal, USA Network deal, the Netflix deal, like all of that is where they make their money. So yeah, it's an interesting conversation because everyone is right. Like, you can't just hotshot it and you can't just like do stuff for the sake of doing it, but it would be nice. I mean, like, I am coming away from this thinking, what's my thumbnail? What am I going to do as the thumbnail and the title for the breakdown? I don't know. Cody lays out Gunther? I don't know. I'm not sure. Right now, I don't know what my thumbnail would be. Pat being on the phone and the fan backlash felt like dialed up, but for the wrong reasons. Yeah, I mean, that was... You could say it was a moment, but it's just a moment that I don't think we were very fond of. I don't think it was a moment that we kind of enjoyed. I mean, we did tease some and then reveal it. So, yeah, I mean, technically it counts. But I don't know how much people will look back with it with fondness, you know. It's one of those where you got an answer, but it weren't a great answer. But anyway... That was SmackDown, and for me, it was acceptable. Yeah, that's the word I'm going to use. Solid and acceptable. We're going to do the breakdown now. Let's... what did someone say about the thumbnail? Someone mentioned the thumbnail? Thumbnail has got to be Charlotte, said Shining Wizard. Do you know what? There was a picture of B-Fab pulling at Charlotte's things, her trunks, and when I clicked on it, the person had deleted it. It is a fine line, actually. Like, if you do that to a guy, no one cares. If you do it to a girl, it's seen as like... Well, I don't know how it's seen, but I think people do get a bit nervy. I wouldn't be brave enough to put that image on the thumbnail. Kind of feels a bit like a botch. To a guy, it's just seen as cheeky. To a girl, it's seen like we probably should have gone to a black screen, you know? So there's this weird kind of double standard there with that. It's the same with nipples. The guys have got their nipples out, but the girls don't get their nipples out. It's double standards. And this is what I am fighting against. This is the campaign I'm launching. Yeah? Nipples for everyone. Hashtag free the nipples. Yeah? It's just not right. This double standards. Guys, I'm all for equality. That's the point I'm trying to make. I seriously believe in equality, and I think we should treat men and women the same. And I don't know why the society, this world we live in, is so desperate to treat men and women different. And I've just had enough. I've just had enough. That's all. That's the point I'm making. Yeah. Right, so let's end the poll for Gunther against Royce. So we have got good 87. There has been a real struggle with the matches tonight. I think match of the night for me is Ricky Carmelo, and I think it's Ricky Carmelo by a good distance. Yeah, it's a shame. Gunther, Royce comfortably get in the good range. People seemingly really struggling with it, so I don't know. Score-wise, we're going to have to really think about this because all these segments, man, the community have just not been feeling. And if that is reflected by the wider worlds, then I don't know. I don't know how this episode's going to have been received. I think it's, for me personally, I think it's solid. I think it's solid. I was not bored. I had a good time. I was in good spirits. It was fun chatting with you guys, as always. But it seems like a lot of the scores tonight are a touch down, touch low. We'll see. Let's do the breakdown anyway. Thanks for joining us. I really do appreciate it. I really appreciate it. We're going to be back tomorrow. I was going to do the Ronda thing, but I'm not going to now because I've had next to no one ask about it. And we've got, I think, AAA on. So I think watching AAA would probably make sense considering we're going to do that show in a couple of weeks' time. So, yeah, I think that feels like the right way forward. Plus, got a few more bits I need to catch up with. So I'm going to use the time to do that as well. So we are back tomorrow is the point I'm making for those that are around and at a bit of a loss. Not sure what to do with your lives. Come and join us. And AAA has been very good, actually. So it should be fun. And I don't know if the Ronda thing's on at the same time. Might be able to keep an eye on that. I'm not sure. But yeah, appreciate you joining us. And I will see you in a moment for the breakdown. Thanks for watching.